Chapter 466. A Bet. Duke Yu tilted his head and looked at Chu Yang. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. If it was someone else, Duke Yu would definitely bet without hesitation. But the one in front of him was Chu Yang. Duke Yu had long been wary of this fellow's elusive methods. His eyes flickered as he thought for a while. Finally, he felt confident. Even if GMO had super-powerful methods or exquisite sword moves like Chu Yang's, or even if he could make Gao Sheng panic, the final victory might not be able to surpass his level. He asked, "What do you want to bet?" The sword spirit hurriedly reminded him in his mind, "White crystals! Bet his white crystals!" What the Tribulation Sword needs the most now is not the more high-end purple crystals, but white crystals. Chu Yang smiled and understood. He said, "How many white crystals do you have?" Duke Yu's eyes flickered. He said unhappily, "Are you looking down on my white crystals? How big is your appetite? You're asking me how many I have. I'll bet as much as you have." Chu Yang was very calm and composed. He was very rich now. In the tribulation space there were 2 rare herbs, jade snow spirit ginseng, and piles of mysterious jade ice crystals and mysterious yang jade. Any one of them was a rare treasure in the world. When it came to gambling, he was not afraid of anyone. "I don't have many white crystals." Duke Yu looked at him with some ridicule. "But I only have a few tens of thousands of them, and there's a white crystal mine. You want all of them? What are you betting with?" The sword spirit quickly calculated in his mind. His face was shining. Tens of thousands of white crystal mine. This is going to be rich. If the Tribulation Sword absorbed all of them, it would be able to upgrade by a whole level. A piece of mysterious jade ice crystal and a piece of mysterious yang jade. The sword spirit gave the price. Both of them are the size of a fist. Chu Yang almost fainted. "You want to bet Duke Yu's entire white crystal mine with just a piece of mysterious jade ice crystal and a piece of mysterious yang jade? Don't worry, just say it like that." The sword spirit was full of confidence. Duke Yu should be practicing the Shadow Sect. Although these 2 pieces of jade are not worth such a high price, he will definitely bet. He thinks this is what he needs the most right now. White crystals are just a burden to someone like him. "What are you betting against me?" Duke Yu looked at Chu Yang playfully. He found it somewhat funny in his heart. When did I start using my wealth to smash people? However, Duke Yu felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart when he saw that the little girl was left speechless. "This is the most precious thing I have." Chu Yang sighed. "If you're satisfied, then let's make a bet. If you're not satisfied, then just pretend that I didn't say anything." Chu Yang reached into his bosom and fished it out. Then he hung his head dejectedly and said, "Only these 2 pieces are all of my assets." Duke Yu was smiling smugly when he saw the things that Chu Yang took out. His mouth suddenly opened wide, and his eyes bulged out. In Chu Yang's palm, there were 2 fist-sized pieces of jade stacked together. The top piece emitted a faint chill, while the bottom piece emitted a faint warmth. One hot, one cold, one yin, one yang. It seemed as if an absolutely balanced cycle had been formed in Chu Yang's hands. A misty white and warm moisture rose up from Chu Yang's palm. It didn't disperse and just floated there. Mysterious jade ice crystal. Mysterious yang jade. Duke Yu's eyes were fixed. His Adam's apple moved up and down as if he was swallowing something. "Is it okay?" Chu Yang asked somewhat nervously. "I know it's a little too little. I can't do anything if you don't want to make a bet." "It's a little too little. These are a lot." Duke Yu said emotionlessly, "Let's make a bet." "How can I not make a bet?" "I'll make a bet." A real man keeps his word. "I won't regret a promise, even if I die 100 times." "Then let's make a bet." Chu Yang asked with certainty. "Let's make a bet." Duke Yu anxiously snatched the mysterious jade ice crystal and mysterious yang jade. He fondled them lovingly and said, "I'll take care of the gambling capital. I'll be the notary. You don't have to worry, right?" "Haha, you don't have to worry." Chu Yang was speechless. "You're participating in the bet. You're the party involved. You're the notary? Is there such a saying in the world? Don't worry." Duke Yu patted his shoulder and said, "I won't let you make a loss. If you lose, these things will be mine. Then I'll compensate you with 1,000 white crystals. If you win, I'll exchange all my white crystals with you. How about it?" Chu Yang was furious. This guy's words were too shameless. "What do you mean by if I win?" "I'll bet all your white crystals." Chu Yang flew into a rage. "Hey, it's meaningless if you're anxious, isn't it?" Duke Yu said shamelessly. "You see, these 2 pieces of jade are already in my hands. You can't do anything even if I run away with them, right? But my character is good. Not only did I not run away, I even stayed behind to gamble with you. Moreover, I'll compensate you if I win the bet. I won't go back on my word if I lose the bet. You should be grateful to me. There are many people who kill and rob in these 3 days. How many of them talk about integrity, like me?" Duke Yu said. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Fine. You'll take them away if you win the bet. You'll still take them away if you lose the bet. Talk about integrity? Brother, if you go into business, you'll definitely be as rich as a country." "Fine, but I have a request." Chu Yang finally revealed his foxtail. "Since you've taken advantage of me, I'll naturally have my own request. If you lose, I'll go to your treasury and personally inspect the goods. In addition, I'll also take away the purple crystal core that you owe me in the lower 3 heavens." Duke Yu was displeased. "Do you think I'll go back on my word?" Chu Yang thought, "You still have the face to say this? What you're doing right now is going back on your word from start to finish. What do you think?" Chu Yang sneered. Duke Yu reached out and put his arm around his shoulder. As if they were good brothers, he said, "Fine, it's settled then. It's a deal then. Hee hee, then no matter who wins or loses, these 2 pieces of jade will be mine. This Duke will not decline this responsibility. Haha, who asked me to be the most qualified in the lower 3 heavens? Don't you think so?" Chu Yang turned his face away and spat. He really had nothing to say. Mo Ching Wu, who had been listening to their conversation in his arms, raised her head and looked at Duke Yu angrily. "You're really too bad. You actually cheated my brother Chu Yang's things. In my opinion, you should return these 2 pieces of jade to brother Chu Yang. Then, no matter who wins or loses, you should give all the things in your treasury to brother Chu Yang." Duke Yu glared at this little girl. Finally, he spread his hands helplessly and said, "I'm a little unreasonable, but I'm not as unreasonable as you. You're the unreasonable one." Mo Ching Wu said fiercely, "Fine, I'm unreasonable," Duke Yu dejectedly admitted. Then he turned around and went to sit with Gu Duxing, far away from this troublesome place. From afar, he could still hear the little girl pouting and muttering in dissatisfaction. "This is too unreasonable." Duke Yu staggered and almost fell to the ground. In Chu Yang's mind, the sword spirit was very happy. He said, "You'll be rich as long as you win this round." "What do you mean?" Chu Yang asked in puzzlement. "There are so many white crystals. The essence contained in them can allow the tribulation sword to break away from the level of ordinary metals like gold, silver, copper, and iron. It can be upgraded to a spirit sword. Once it becomes a spirit sword, you can treat Mo Ching Wu's injuries." The sword spirit tempted. "I can treat her injuries now." Chu Yang rolled his eyes. "Doesn't this require an extremely safe space?" "Nonsense. If you treat her injuries now, of course, you can heal her 3 Yin meridians. But the greatest effect of the heavy pill will be wasted." The sword spirit rolled his eyes. "But after upgrading to a spirit sword, I can use the heavy pill to connect her 3 Yin meridians. Then I can seal the medicinal efficacy in her body." As she progresses level by level, it will gradually increase. Then, when she reaches the Emperor level, the medicinal efficacy in her body will completely explode, and she will rush to the Monarch level in one fell swoop. This is the true power of the heavy pill. Moreover, as long as you do this, not only will her cultivation speed far surpass that of any so-called genius, but it will also play a life-saving role in critical moments. The sword spirit snorted and said, "That's all. You decide. If you insist on treating her injuries at this time, I won't stop you." Chu Yang was overjoyed. He said, "What else is there to say? Of course, I have to get the white crystals first. Anyway, I will rely on Duke Yu to get the white crystals after the fight. It won't take much effort." Ha! The sword spirit looked at him in disdain. Then he sank into his consciousness and didn't speak. Jimo's appearance was somewhat low-key. He walked down step by step. He secretly adjusted his strength with every step he took. He knew that the gap between him and Gao Sheng wasn't small. Therefore, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He tried hard to control his temper. He didn't want to waste any bit of his strength outside of the fight. Flying down was naturally very glorious. But GMO didn't want to waste this little bit of strength. After all, this was related to his marriage. Who would his wife belong to? Gao Sheng didn't have any psychological pressure whether he won or lost. But he couldn't do the same for himself. Gao Sheng had been waiting on the field for a while, but GMO was still walking down at a moderate pace. He couldn't help but say angrily, "Can you be faster?" GMO rolled his eyes. "What does it matter to you whether I'm fast or slow? Are you that anxious to get beaten up?" He was cautious in his heart, but he didn't want to suffer a loss with his mouth. He remembered Big Brother Chu's teachings in his heart. You must be calm. Don't be anxious. Of course, it would be more ideal if you could scold Gao Sheng until he became anxious. Go ahead. I believe in your eloquence. Gao Sheng sneered and said, "GMO, are you afraid? What's wrong? You have the guts to do it, but you don't have the guts to bear the consequences?" Ha ha ha, Gao Sheng, this sentence of yours is ridiculous. What do you mean by having the guts, but not the guts to bear the consequences? GMO let out a long laugh. Do you think that such a big occasion would have happened if I hadn't agreed? This sentence was true. Gao Sheng had proposed a challenge, but there wouldn't have been this grand occasion if GMO hadn't agreed. GMO said in a loud voice, "I, GMO, have come at least. I, GMO, have come at you. At least. I, GMO, dare to take responsibility. I dare to love. I dare to fight for my woman. At least. I, GMO, am not like some people who run away from an engagement. If you don't want to, then just say that you don't want to, right? No one is forcing you, but you're still dragging it out. You won't cancel the engagement." "Why?" GMO roared. "You've taken a fancy to the Huyen clan status and wealth. Do you think that the heroes of the world are stupid? That they can't see your intentions? Everyone. Don't you think so?" GMO raised his voice and roared. Thousands of people responded in unison, "Yes." GMO became even more complacent. He waved his hand in all directions in a very graceful manner. He assumed the role of a leader. Then he continued to speak eloquently. "Gao Sheng, you covet strength and covet wealth. This is human nature. Even if you say it out loud, you'll only say that your character isn't good. But what you shouldn't do the most is to ruthlessly delay a woman's youth while coveting everything. How much is a woman's youth? You're hogging it like this, but you don't have any follow-up. Are you still human?" Gao Sheng's lips trembled with anger. He pointed his finger at GMO. You're talking nonsense. I'm Gao Sheng. How can I be that kind of person?" "You are," GMO bellowed condescendingly. He saw that Gao Sheng still wanted to refute him. So he continued to shout, "You are, you are, you are." Tens of thousands of people roared with laughter. Then thousands of people joined in the fun and shouted, "You are, you are, you are, you are." Huyen Aobwa stood in a daze in the Huyen clan's camp. She looked at GMO from afar. She suddenly felt sad and moved in her heart. GMO raised his hand in a dignified manner. "Everyone, this brother hasn't finished speaking." "Ha ha ha. Second Master G, please speak." Everyone burst into laughter, but they didn't make any noise. "I, GMO, have spared no effort. I have traveled thousands of miles. I have traveled through the stars and the moon. I have come here to participate in this battle for the sake of my beloved daughter. Why?" GMO looked up and roared. "It's because of the true feelings in my heart." "Awood Dogant." Tens of thousands of people shouted at the same time, "For the true feelings in my heart." "Awood Dogant." Then someone quietly asked the person beside him, "Brother, this dog Aunt, what is she?" That person was waving his arms and shouting, but he replied in a bad mood, "How would I know what she is? You go and ask Second Master G." Then he continued to wave his arms and roar, "For the true feelings in my heart." "Awood Dogant." GMO walked down a few steps in high spirits. Then he waved his arms and shouted, "I will rescue my beloved daughter from the evil young master's hands. I will give her happiness. I will give her a future. I won't let some evil people with ulterior motives succeed in their schemes." "Awood Dogant." Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, "Second Master G is mighty." "Awood Dogant." GMO was in high spirits. He waved his arms. His entire face was impassioned. He suddenly felt his blood boiling. He raised his hand towards the sky and roared, "Heaven, give me strength. Let me defeat evil. Let me save her, protect her, accompany her, give her happiness." Then he suddenly roared in an earth-shattering manner, "Make her my wife." "Awood." Everyone was boiling over. The entire audience was boiling over. Who had ever seen such a bold courtship in this day and age? Huyen Aobwa looked at GMO with boundless tenderness in her eyes. Many womenfolk of the Huyen clan had also arrived behind her. They were hugging their shoulders and saying that this was too corny. But their eyes were flashing with deep envy. Gao Sheng was fuming with anger at this moment. His body trembled, and he almost spouted a mouthful of blood. "Fuck! GMO, have you come here to fight or to sing?" Chapter 467. GMO walked down from the top. Halfway down, he had already stirred up the crowd's emotions. At first, only the people from the Gu, Luo, Dong, and Ji clans and those who had bet on GMO were cheering. But later on, the entire crowd was cheering. Even those who had bet on Gao Sheng were cheering, because GMO's words had struck a chord in everyone's hearts. It's understandable for you to pursue power and wealth, but you can't force a girl you don't even like to get all these for power and wealth. Not only are you letting down the two great clans and that girl, you're also letting down yourself. Then what right do you have to fight for all these? You actually want to duel with someone because of this? I bet on you because I want to win money. But this doesn't mean that I don't despise your character. I'll scold you, I'll boo you, but as long as you win, I'll still take the money. I'll praise you, I'll support you, but if you lose, I'll still compensate you. What's wrong with that? Therefore, Second Master G's prestige grew. As he walked down, he waved his hand gracefully. His face was radiant, and he was so moved that his buttocks were unconsciously swaying. Hence, he started to sing the song, swaying his hips and even walking with his feet splayed outwards. He was as steady as a mountain as he walked down the stairs. "We must win." Second Master G raised his arms and shouted, "We must win." The crowd shouted in unison, "We must defend our true love." Second Master G took 2 steps forward and continued to shout in a majestic manner, "Defend our true love." The crowd shouted together, "We must defeat the devil." Second Master G continued to work hard. Defeat the devil. The crowd's emotions grew more and more excited. Woo! Second Master G waved his arms. His lips curled up, and he let out a standard wolf howl. Woo! The crowd howled together. Dog Ant! Second Master G was so excited that he couldn't tell north from south. He swayed his buttocks and jumped. Dog Ant! The crowd was boiling with excitement. Below, Gao Sheng was so angry that his hands and feet were cold. His face was sallow, and his lips were trembling. He looked at the incomparably cool GMO with hatred. With a cracking sound, one of his teeth was crushed. Aye. If I can't kill you, I'll. Gao Sheng thought frantically. On the spectator stand, Chu Yang looked at Dukyu. Are you still sure that Gao Sheng will win? Dukyu let out a long sigh. I can't be sure. Now that GMO was in the limelight, Gao Sheng was so angry that he became impatient. He will not be able to maintain his icy state of mind during the battle, and the outcome will be hard to predict. Chu Yang chuckled mischievously. He pointed at the boiling crowd and said, These are all forces. They are also important conditions for the decisive battle. The saying, the more the merrier, isn't just for show. Duke Wei said, There's nothing wrong with using such methods. However, it's still somewhat despicable. Chu Yang sneered, This is a decisive battle. He had to make use of every possible factor to attack the enemy. Was that enough? It was far from enough. Just wait and see. GMO finally walked down from the grandstand. Then he arrogantly stepped onto the field. He walked for a full hour on this path. This made Gao Sheng, who was waiting below, miserable beyond words. When Gao Sheng saw GMO come down, he immediately became angry. 3,000 flames of anger rushed into his heart. GMO, prepare to die! He rushed out after he finished speaking. Wait! GMO roared. He stretched out his hand and gestured for him to stop. Gao Sheng stopped and asked angrily, What are you doing? Why haven't you said start? GMO said to the Master of Ceremonies with dissatisfaction, Can't you see that young Master Gao can't wait to be beaten up? Gao Sheng's whole body suddenly trembled. Fine, GMO. I will let you see who is the one who can't wait to be beaten up. The Master of Ceremonies had a strange look on his face. He finally raised his hand. The battle begins. The Master of Ceremonies hadn't even finished speaking when Gao Sheng rushed over impatiently. He rushed in front of GMO, and his fists blew the hair on GMO's forehead into a mess. Wait! GMO shouted like a thunderbolt. He stared at Gao Sheng and stood motionless. Gao Sheng was so angry that he had no choice but to stop. He gritted his teeth and said in anger, What do you want to do again? Who would have thought that GMO would suddenly throw a punch at Gao Sheng's face? Gao Sheng's nose started to bleed crazily, and his face started to bleed. Gao Sheng felt a sharp pain, and his tear glands were affected. He could not open his eyes, and tears flowed out of his eyes. GMO laughed. I said, Wait, I need to make the first move. He did not show any mercy and continued to punch Gao Sheng 3 times, followed by 2 kicks. He took advantage of the opportunity when Gao Sheng was covering his face with his hands. Gao Sheng was sent flying like a sandbag. The noisy venue suddenly became silent. Everyone saw this scene, and their heads were in a knot. They could not react. GMO caught up with Gao Sheng at lightning speed. He then kicked Gao Sheng's body in an awe-inspiring manner. Then he proudly shouted, Humph! You asterisk shoal! The Master of Ceremonies had said start, and you actually listened to me when I asked you to wait? Then why didn't you die when I asked you to? You asterisk shoal! Gao Sheng rolled and crawled away. He was battered and exhausted. His whole body was in unbearable pain. He was so angry that his liver hurt. However, the gamblers in the stands finally understood. They started to curse. GMO, you are so shameless. You sneak attacked. Then someone retorted, Bullshit! What's a sneak attack? This is a duel. The master of ceremonies had said that the duel would start. Who can be blamed for Gao Sheng not being on guard? I can only say that he's *shoal. There's nothing else to say. Would you be an accountant if you were in my place? Absolutely not. What this guy said was pure bullshit. In such a situation, if one was caught off guard, there was an 80% chance that someone would fall for it. However, these words had successfully instigated a rebellion. Gao Sheng, are you stupid? The duel has started. Are you still dreaming? Motherfucker. GMO asked you to stop and you stopped? Why are you so obedient? He's your opponent, not your father. I owe my silver. Gao Sheng was so angry that blood rushed to his head. He quickly jumped up and wiped his face. His handsome face was covered with blood. He looked ferocious and terrifying. He roared and crazily rushed over. Hold on. GMO shouted loudly. However, Gao Sheng didn't pay attention to him. He roared and rushed forward. However, he saw a sword light flash in front of his eyes. He felt pain on his body and hastily retreated. He felt a piercing pain. He lowered his head to look and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. There was a sword mark on his chest. His flesh had been cut open, and his bones could almost be seen. You are despicable. Gao Sheng was so angry that he became muddle-headed. This bastard had actually pulled out his sword without making a sound. I was so angry that I didn't notice when he pulled out his sword. I said, wait, because I wanted to remind you, you haven't pulled out your sword yet. GMO innocently shrugged his shoulders. Fuck, I was being kind. Everyone, have you seen me? I kindly reminded him to pull out his sword. Who in the three heavens doesn't know that I, GMO, use a sword? He scolded me because of this. Everyone, you can't be a good person. You have a good heart, but you will be treated as a donkey's liver and lungs. Gao Sheng roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. GMO, you didn't make a sound when you pulled out your sword. It was clearly a deliberate sneak attack. The gamblers in the stands faintly felt that something was wrong. So, they immediately changed sides. Yes, your sword didn't make a sound. It was clearly a premeditated sneak attack. Everyone, I'm being wrongly accused. GMO turned around to let Gao Sheng see. You see, the entire three heavens knows that I use a sheathless sword. Where did I get a sheath? Thousands of people shouted at the same time. Yes, Second Master G's sword doesn't have a sheath. These thousands of people were clearly supporting him. However, the crowd didn't understand. So, they turned to blame Gao Sheng. You motherfucker. Your opponent's sword doesn't have a sheath. You didn't know. You even got injured because of this. Gao Sheng was so angry that his vision turned black. When did GMO use a sheathless sword? How come I didn't know? This is clearly a lie. But GMO had already rushed over energetically. Gao Sheng, don't say that I bullied you in front of all the heroes in the world. Come, let's have a fair fight. I won't take advantage of you. His words were so righteous that it inspired reverence. It attracted a round of applause. Gao Sheng's stomach twitched. He was so angry that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. You first broke my nose and caused my vision to blur. Then, you took the opportunity to beat me up. Then, you almost crippled my leg with a sneak attack. You made me so angry that I spat out blood. Now, you want to have a fair fight with me? You even said that you won't take advantage of me? How can you take advantage of me? Gao Sheng was so angry that the muscles on his face were twitching. He suppressed his anger and pulled out his sword. He couldn't wait to chop GMO into meat paste. GMO shouted as he dodged. Good sword. So despicable. Damn, despicable, 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 despicable. He jumped around like a nimble monkey. Gao Sheng shouted and increased the speed of his sword. He attacked GMO like a storm. GMO suddenly stopped talking. He seemed to be having a hard time fighting. In fact, he he was having a hard time. Gao Sheng's cultivation was a notch higher than his. Even though he was in a state of frenzy, he was still very powerful. GMO was silent, and Gao Sheng was proud of himself. You are only good with your mouth. How can you be my opponent when we fight? They fought in silence for a long time. GMO was defending most of the time, while Gao Sheng attacked. GMO was about to be forced into a desperate situation. Gao Sheng's sword net had already formed a dense net. GMO suddenly screamed miserably. Ah! This scream was so sudden that the spectators were shocked. Their scalps went numb, and they felt a chill down their spines. Even Gao Sheng was puzzled. Where did he get cut? He looked over. His sword slowed down, and GMO used his sword to counterattack, like a storm. As he attacked, he muttered, "Fuck, I almost got cut." Chapter 468. Gao Sheng was furious. Knowing that he had fallen into a trap, he didn't say a word and attacked fiercely with his sword. GMO's toes lightly touched the ground, and his body quickly retreated backwards. Gao Sheng madly chased after him. GMO suddenly used all the strength in his body to fly backwards and widen the distance between them. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and looked behind Gao Sheng. Then he shouted with grief and indignation on his face, "Gao Cheng, don't tell me you want to bully me with numbers. This is in front of all the heroes of the world." Gao Sheng was furious. He turned his head and shouted, "Who told you to come?" But he didn't find anyone behind him. Following that, the sharp sound of a golden blade slicing through the air behind him made him realize that he had been tricked. It was already too late for him to turn around, so he swung his sword backwards with all his might. At the same time, he twisted his body and flew backwards while maintaining a weird posture. Two clang sounds were heard. Gao Sheng felt a strong force on his buttocks. GMO had ferociously kicked his buttocks, and he was sent flying in the air. Gao Sheng spat out blood in midair, not because he was beaten, but because he was angry. The pain in his body was far inferior to the grievance in his heart. GMO didn't wait for him to get up. Instead, he flew over with his sword in his hand. He shouted loudly, "Gao Sheng, stand up. Let's have a fair fight." Gao Sheng turned over and stood up. He wanted to vomit blood in his heart. She had enough time to stand up, but when he shouted, it seemed like he was deliberately leaving time for her to stand up. However, by the time he stood up, GMO had already arrived in the air with a sword light. Gao Sheng stood on the ground. This time, it was his turn to defend. GMO's sword light was like a tiger's. It carried a strong impact force. He didn't let his opponent off. His attacks were getting more and more intense. Gao Sheng was already suffering from internal and external troubles. He was so sullen that he wanted to die. Now that he was being suppressed and beaten, his heart felt even more uncomfortable. They only defended frantically, trying their best to find any opportunity to counterattack. However, GMO's attacks were like the Yangtze River. They were unceasingly flowing. Gao Sheng had a thorough understanding of the Ji clan's sword techniques before the decisive battle, but he discovered that GMO's sword techniques were often mixed with some strange sword techniques this time. Moreover, he had never seen these sword moves before, yet they were extraordinarily powerful. Every move he made left him in a sorry state. Dang, 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 sounds kept ringing out. Gao Sheng continuously retreated step by step. GMO's figure continuously chased after him in the air. His imposing manner was very aggressive. Finally, his breath was exhausted. Gao Sheng sensed that the opponent's offensive was about to come to an end. So, he gathered his strength and prepared to counterattack. However, he saw GMO somersaulting backwards and flying far away. He shouted, "Don't say that I didn't give you fairness. Now it's your turn to attack me." Gao Sheng, who was about to attack, suddenly saw stars in front of his eyes. His body swayed a few times. How shameless! If you didn't tell me, do you think I wouldn't know how to attack? Someone in the stands shouted loudly, "Second, Master G. This is a decisive battle. Second, Master G. Don't give him a chance to catch his breath. You're so benevolent and righteous, but they won't appreciate it. Hurry up and attack, Second Master G." This guy was the one who had been forced to bet against GMO by Luo Kudi's sword. He couldn't help but shout when he saw that victory was in sight. His face was full of resentment. At such a crucial moment, he actually let his opponent attack? Ayaya, my second Master G. He is your opponent in the final battle. Why are you still so particular about your demeanor? This guy couldn't wait to rush down and fight on behalf of GMO. My silver is about to fall into my hands. He couldn't imagine that GMO looked confident and at ease. But he didn't have the strength to attack. If he continued to attack, he would have been counterattacked by his opponent, and that would have been disastrous. Second Master G is so benevolent and righteous. Many people praised him, especially when he was compared to Gao Sheng. Second Master G appeared even more heroic and straightforward. Gao Sheng had already suffered internal injuries. Moreover, he had been angered to the point of muddle-headedness. Then he had been hit repeatedly. He had suffered a lot of punches and kicks. So his internal organs had been severely shaken. The sword wound on his thigh was still bleeding. He heard that such a despicable person had used such a shameless method, and had won the reputation of being benevolent and righteous. So he couldn't help but roar, "You're talking nonsense. You're all talking nonsense." Wah! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood as soon as these words came out of his mouth. His vision became blurry as he spat out this mouthful of blood. His body was on the verge of collapse. Gao Sheng lost. Dukyu looked at the field and pondered. He had seen Ji Mo's method clearly, but he didn't laugh. Instead, he was pondering. This method is very powerful. Without shedding a drop of blood, Dukyu looked at Chu Yang. "It's your doing, right?" Chu Yang laughed and said half of it. Gao Sheng can be considered a rising star. His composure can be considered good. But he was angered to the point of insanity. If it had been someone else, they would have died from anger before they could even make a move. Dukyu sighed. It's not a brilliant plan, but it's extremely effective. Chu Yang smiled and said, "Of course, the most important factor is GMO himself." Dukyu was startled. Then he laughed, yes. This plan would have been useless against GMO if he wasn't so thick-skinned. Mo Ching Wu giggled. Brother Gmo's skin has always been the thickest. Dukyu's face turned serious as he said, "You're wrong. Your brother Chu Yang's skin is 100 times thicker than your brother Gmo's. 1,000 times. Mo Ching Wu pouted unhappily. She looked at Dukyu and snorted. "But you still snatched my brother Chu Yang's things. Your skin is 1,000 times thicker than brother Chu Yang's. No, it's 10,000 times thicker." Dukyu pretended not to hear. He glared at the scene and ignored her. His face didn't change at all. He was indeed thick-skinned. On the scene, Gao Sheng was gasping for breath. He felt that the world was spinning. He couldn't suppress his internal injuries any longer. He heard GMO shout from the opposite side, "Are you coming or not? Are you coming or not? I'm giving you a chance. I'll count to 3. If you don't come, I'll go over. 1, 2, 3. I'm going over. I'm going over to hit you. I'm really going over to hit you. Fuck, make a sound. Do you really want me to go over?" Gao Sheng screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He didn't wait for GMO to really come over. Then he fainted. His body went soft, and he fell to the ground with a schwa sound. He was unconscious. GMO was startled. He looked at young Master Gao, who had fallen to the ground. He thought, is this a trick? Therefore, he continued to shout, "Get up! Get up!" Second Master G is straightforward and upright. He is benevolent and righteous. He has noble character and unquestionable integrity. He has never attacked an enemy who has fallen to the ground. Get up, get up. However, Gao Xing couldn't stand up no matter how much he shouted. Moreover, he couldn't hear him. Fortunately, he couldn't hear him. Otherwise, he would have fainted again. Did he really faint? Mo cautiously approached him and kicked him with the tip of his foot. But Gao Xing didn't respond. Fuck, he really fainted? He really fainted? He really fainted. Fuck. Mo kicked him a few times, but he didn't get any response. So, he was finally sure that he had fainted. He couldn't help but touch his head. He was puzzled. I didn't hit you much. How did you faint? He stood there and pondered for a while. Then he turned his head and said to the Master of Ceremonies, I seem to have one, right? Master of Ceremonies, does this count as my win? Mo was somewhat uncertain. He didn't fight back when I hit him. You won. The Master of Ceremonies was speechless as he replied, Well, you've also won here. Then, why don't you quickly announce that I've won? Mo glared at him and said, You're the Master of Ceremonies, but you're somewhat slow. Why are you still standing there and dreaming? The Master of Ceremonies was so angry that he almost fainted. He hastily retreated a few steps. He calmed down and adjusted his breathing. Then he shouted the final battle. Mo wins. He didn't need to say it. Everyone knew it. That was because the audience was already in chaos. The sky had been turned upside down. Many people were wailing and crying. The money that they had accumulated through years of hard work had gone down the drain. This group of people had, basically, bet all their assets. Even if they still had pocket money on hand, they didn't have much left. Gao Sheng's defeat was equivalent to these people losing their entire fortune. Many people started to curse he's a piece of trash. He's so much older than his opponent, and he's a level higher than him. But he's not his opponent. Goddamn Gao Sheng. He's making us lose money. These people had bet most of their fortune, but they still had some savings. But they were extremely angry in their hearts. Many people were crazily laughing. He won. He won. Fuck. He won. I didn't expect. These people had bet on GMO. Some people were remorseful. Motherfucker. I would have bet more if I had known this earlier. I would have bet even with a high interest rate. I would have bet as much as I could. Motherfucker. These people were greedy and insatiable. The happiest person was obviously the fat man who had been forced by Luo Kadi to bet on GMO. He was dancing with joy at this moment. In fact, he didn't even know what his surname was. This is a great help. It's no wonder that fortune tellers said that my life is good. I had already lost money, but someone pointed a sword at me, and I won. What is this, if not good life? Of course, the most miserable person was undoubtedly young Master Mo Tianyan. Young Master Mo had also fainted the moment Gao Xing had fainted. He hadn't woken up yet. Perhaps he would rather not wake up. After all, he would have had to face billions of debts if he woke up. What about the people of Gao Clan? Mo finally remembered something important. Take out the marriage contract. Tear it up. Your marriage contract doesn't exist from now on. Only our love will exist. Everyone felt like vomiting. Gao Meng of Gao Clan took out the marriage contract and handed it over to GMO in front of everyone. Then, he led his men to carry Gao Xing out. Gao Xing had already woken up, but he was so angry that his heart hurt. Moreover, he was extremely ashamed. So he pretended to be unconscious as he was carried out. GMO tore the marriage contract to shreds. He raised his hands, and they turned into white butterflies. He then jumped up with a woo sound. I won. I won. Albua, you're my wife. A woo. Chapter 469. O Du Shao and Xia Dan Qiong signed an IO. Everyone had a helpless and sullen feeling in their hearts. Mo Tianyan also lifted his brush, but he felt that the brush was extremely heavy. He couldn't write those words no matter what. Can I really afford it? How can I pay it back? I have almost emptied the clan's liquid funds, and I have mortgaged 4 of our 8 major industries. The Emo clan is rich and powerful, but these 2 brothers have been messing around with each other these past few years. So it has become an empty shell, Brother Emo. Chu Yang smiled and said, It's just an IOU. It's only 525 million. Don't tell me that Brother Emo, can't even come up with this amount of money? Emo Tianyun's complexion turned ashen. He wouldn't have done anything if he had come up with this amount of money under normal circumstances. But he had just lost more than 2 billion, and he had mortgaged 4 of his industries. So his pockets were empty, even if he had money. Ao Xiayin, Xia Danqiong, and O Dushao looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude. You deserve it. You were greedy. You wanted to hog 1 billion for yourself. Now, you taste your retribution, right? Brother Chu, you see, can you be more lenient? Emo Tianyun clenched his teeth and said in a low voice. He had finally decided to put down his pride. After all, he had no choice but to lower his head under the eaves. Now he was in the enemy's hands. So, what else could he do if he didn't show any weakness? Brother Emo, you're in the wrong here. Chu Yang interrupted him in annoyance. He then asked bluntly, Do you have no money? It's indeed somewhat difficult. Emo Tianyun braced himself. That's right. I can also see that Brother Emo is definitely in trouble. Otherwise, you wouldn't have borrowed that 1 billion. Chu Yang sneered and said, But, Brother Emo, do you think that we can play this game of taking a white wolf without risking anything? My intelligence is beyond your expectations. And you, Emo Tianyun, aren't an idiot, right? Emo Tianyun retreated step by step. But Chu Yang pressed on step by step. You retreat 1 step, I advance 2 steps. His attitude was arrogant. His face was full of contempt. His eyes were full of disdain. I will kill you. I will anger you. I will play you to death. Chu Yang felt a burst of pleasure in his heart when he thought about how Emo Ching Wu had been bullied by this guy. The other archdukes beside him were also gloating. They were having a great time. Normally, who would be able to force the #1 successor of a large aristocratic family to such a sorry state? Emo Tianyun's complexion turned pale. He forcefully restrained his anger. He swallowed his anger and said, As long as Brother Chu is willing to extend the deadline by 10 days to half a month, this Emo, no matter what, I will gather them for you. Ha. Chu Yang looked up to the sky and laughed. Then he said ruthlessly, No matter what, you must give me this IOU today. Since he said 3 days, he couldn't delay it by even 2 hours. If Brother Emo is unwilling to pay up, I won't force you. There are many witnesses here. Gambling debts must be paid with one's life. This is the rule of the martial world. He sneered, his eyes shooting out a sharp light like a sword, and said in a low voice, Brother Emo, do as you see fit. Gu Du Xing hugged his long sword and casually said, I can help Brother Emo. I can guarantee that you will die a quick and painless death. My sword is very fast. No one in the 3 heavens can deny this. Dong Wushang's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light. He said, Emo Tianyun, I, Dong Wushang, can also help you. My saber is well known in the 3 heavens. As he spoke, his fighting spirit was rising. His murderous aura was surging. One of his hands was already holding the hilt of his saber. Xia Danqiong couldn't bear it. He stepped forward and said, Brother Chu. Chu Yang turned his head and said with an amiable smile, What? Does Brother Xia also want to pay the debt now? No problem. If Brother Xia can take it out now, I won't have any objections. No, it's fine. Xia Danqiong awkwardly wiped his sweat and retreated. Fuck, I was almost dragged in. This King of Hell Chu is really like the King of Hell. He revealed his true colors with just 1 sentence. Motherfucker, I can't afford to offend him. but I can't hide there are 4 people on my side right now. But Aociayun is free of debt. Moreover, Aociayun and Emotianyun have never seen eye to eye. So, he will never help Emotianyun. Aociayun is already very conscientious in not hitting someone when they are down. In case of a conflict, it would be equivalent to me, Du Shao and Emotianyun facing Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, Luo Kadi GMO, and the unpredictable king of Hell Chu. This is simply courting death. Not to mention that I still owe them. I will have to carry this infamy for my entire life if I attack them now. Du Shao also didn't move since Emotianyun didn't move. Du Shao and Emotianyun didn't have any friendship. So, how could he offend his creditor for this guy? Luo Kadi shouted, Emotianyun, you motherfucker! Are you going to pay the debt? Or are you going to commit suicide? You should be sincere and say something. Everyone is very busy. This second master Luo spends billions every quarter of an hour. I can't afford to waste time with you. GMO turned his face away. His entire body twitched. Motherfucker, you spend billions every quarter of an hour. Luo Kadi really dares to brag. Look at his poor and destitute appearance. It's more like he spends dozens of copper coins every quarter of an hour. Emotianyun was in a difficult situation, for people from 4 sides were eyeing him covetously. It seemed as if they wanted to tear him apart alive. When had the dignified great young master of the Mo clan suffered such humiliation? Emotianyun wished that he could die. This is too shameful. This is too shameful. He was also secretly hating in his heart. Why doesn't this king of Hell Chu give me any face? How can a person do things so ruthlessly in Jianghu? I, Emotianyun, am a respectable person no matter what is said. He didn't know that Chu Yang was deliberately forcing him into a dead end. The more he forced him, the more uncomfortable he would feel, and the more Chu Yang would feel good. So, how could he be willing to be considerate of him? Emotianyun's complexion alternated between white and green. He wanted to roar several times. Fine, I'll stake it all. Who is afraid of whom? Isn't it just a life? If you want it, then take it. However, he didn't dare to do so when he thought of the consequences of taking action. And he also thought of the terrifying scene after Dukyu intervened. He thought for a long time. Then he finally clenched his teeth and said, Fine, I'll write an IOU for you. 3 days it is. Yes, this is the boldness of a great young master. This is the boldness of the future clan, lord of the Mo clan. This is Emotianyun, great young master Mo. Chu Yang's tone was eccentric. He ridiculed to his heart's content. Brother Mo is really flexible. He can be soft or hard. He can be rough or delicate. He can advance or retreat. He can go up or down. He's really a character. Luo Kadi held his stomach and laughed wildly. Big brother, your words are too vivid. I'm thinking of second brother Gu. Gu Duxing flew into a rage. He kicked this bastard far away. Second young master Luo begged for mercy in midair. Spare my life? I'm talking about second brother Gu's second brother. GMO and Dong Wushang's bodies twitched. Ao Xiayin, Xia Danqiong, and Du Shao also tightly pursed their mouths. They were trying their best not to laugh. The dignified, great young master of the Mo clan had been described as that thing. The fact that Emotianyun was humiliated to such an extent was a great anecdote of the upper 3 heavens. Emotianyun immersed himself in writing. Endless feelings of humiliation had rushed into his heart. His chest had almost exploded with anger. His face had almost turned purple. In fact, blood had almost seeped out of it. But he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. Chu Yang had finished writing the IOU after a short while. Then he carefully blew on the ink of Emotianyun's seal. He smiled with satisfaction. He shook it against the wind. Then he carefully folded it in half and put it in his bosom. Then he gently smiled and said, "Brother Mo, let me remind you that you only have 3 days." He clicked his tongue as he said this. Then he used a frivolous tone that could infuriate a person to death and said, "I have to say that Brother Mo's handwriting is pretty good. Unfortunately, it's worthless." Otherwise, these few words would have been enough to repay the debt. Mo Tianyun's lips trembled. He firmly looked at Chu Yang. His eyes had almost turned red. He clenched his teeth and said, 3 days is 3 days. Don't tell me that I, Mo Tianyun, can forget about the world-defying heavens. No, no, no. I mean, Brother Mo, the one who will look for you to collect the debt, won't be me, Chu Yang, but Dukyu. Don't forget that he's the notary. If I don't look for him, who will I look for? Chu Yang sighed hypocritically. I won't be responsible if Dukyu feels uncomfortable or unhappy and does something to you. Who asked him to be the notary? Mo Tianyun's face suddenly turned pale. However, if Brother Mo can't repay the debt, I have another solution. Chu Yang smiled faintly. What solution? Mo Tianyun fiercely raised his head. I heard that the Mo clan recently obtained a peerless saber. Chu Yang's smile seemed to contain bloodthirst. He gently and slowly said, The exact time should be 1.5 years ago? There is such a thing, right? Mo Tianyun fiercely took 3 steps back. He looked at Chu Yang dumbfoundedly. How did you know? Haha. You don't have to worry about this. I'm just reminding you. If you can't repay the debt within 3 days, you can give me that saber within a month. Chu Yang said, I'll suffer a little loss. There was no way that 3 days would be enough. Mo Tianyun had placed all his hopes on that saber. For Chu Yang it was indeed a loss, because that saber, as long as he had the materials, he could make it in half a day. Moreover, he didn't need to spend any money. It was just that these few days he heard Mo Qingwu mumbling in her dreams, My saber, my saber, my saber. Chu Yang really couldn't bear it. He knew that the saber had an unusual meaning to Mo Qingwu. Moreover, Chu Yang's plan was not just to take back the saber. This was a sinister trap for Mo Tianyun. Mo Tianyun gritted his teeth. He had never felt so depressed in his life. He said, But that saber is my Mo clan's heirloom. Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. Family heirloom? Ha ha ha, heirloom? Ha ha ha. His tone was light and extremely sarcastic. Mo Tianyun's face turned red. He shouted, What are you laughing at? Chu Yang's face changed. He coldly said, I don't care if it's an heirloom or not. You only have 4 choices. 1. Give me 525 million taels within 3 days. 2. This money will double in 3 days. The interest will compound. At most, it will compound for a month. 3. I want that saber. 4. Use your head to repay the debt. Chapter 470. Chu Yang coldly said, I think that Brother Mo should be smart enough to make this choice. I have absolute faith in your wisdom. It would be impossible to repay the debt within 3 days. If the interest rate were to double every 3 days, then it would be 1 billion for a day, 2 billion for a day, 4 billion for 12 days, and 5 billion for 15 days. Moreover, the interest would compound. Mo Tianyun might not be able to repay his debt even if he mortgaged all 3 days in 1 month. Mo Tianyun obviously wouldn't be willing to repay the debt with his head. Mo Tianyun left in a daze. He only left behind a few words before he left. I will give you that saber within a month. Chu Yang cruelly smiled as he looked at the back of Grand Duke Missouri. After Mo Tianyun left, Xia also took his leave. He wanted to gather some of his remaining forces. Xia Danqiong and Du Shao also wanted to take their leave, but Chu Yang cordially asked them to stay. Brother Xia, Brother O, take care. I still have something to say. These two are very valuable. Wouldn't it be too easy for them to leave? What's the matter? The two looked at him vigilantly. They didn't dare to underestimate King of Hell Chu, who had just come up from the lower three heavens. This person's means can be described as terrifying. Chu Yang warmly smiled and said, I just want to remind you, too, that the world-defying heavens has the most. In fact, the two of you can also use other things to replace these silvers. You don't need to gather such a huge amount of silvers. So I consider you two friends. Talking about money hurts your feelings, so let's not talk about money. Xia Danqiong and Du Zhao's eyes lit up at the same time. They asked, Brother Chu, what do you mean? I mean, for example, some strange elixirs, precious crystals and materials, for example. Exquisite grass, intermittent root, 7-colored jade, purple crystal, red crystal, blue crystal, star iron, nightmare steel, volcanic silver, netherworld gold. I also want as much as I can get. It wouldn't be impossible for us to make another deal if the two of you still have a lot of money on hand after paying off your gambling debts, even if it's a long-term cooperation. I'm also very willing to establish a cooperative relationship with two trustworthy friends. Chu Yang smiled reservedly. Don't worry. This Chu won't let the two of you suffer a loss. No matter if the two of you pay off your debt or if we trade after the debt is paid off, I'll buy it at a price 20% higher than the market price. If the materials are extremely rare, I will buy them all at double the price. What do you think? What Chu Yang didn't lack the most right now was gold, silver, and gold notes. He was extremely rich and overbearing. To him, these were just rubbish. He wouldn't feel the pinch no matter how much he threw away, not to mention exchanging it for some valuable materials before he could finish his sentence. The two men's eyes had already brightened up. When he finished his sentence, the words 20% higher than the market price had opened the eyes of the two men, and a golden path had appeared in their eyes. Not to mention the subsequent doubling. How much is 20% of the market price? It could be said that if he sold something worth 1 billion yuan, he would have an additional 200 million yuan. How much wealth was that? The two great clans had hundreds of years of accumulation. These things could be said to be enormous. Some things were precious, but they couldn't be used. It would be a pity to throw them away. Moreover, the most important thing for the clans to develop their military power was money. Similarly, the most important things were the crystal stones, the inner cores of spirit beasts, and the elixirs that could assist in cultivation, of course. These things were also rich. There was no problem in shifting them out a little. As for the so-called star iron, nightmare steel, volcanic silver, netherworld steel, and so on, they knew that these things were good, but they couldn't be used. There was nothing wrong with taking them out and selling them. The key point was that the price wasn't suitable. That's why they couldn't be sold. But this sucker before them was buying them at a price 20% higher than the market price. Wasn't this a good thing that was hard to come by? Good. It's a deal as long as Brother Chu keeps his word. Xia Danqiong and Du Zhao felt as if a big stone had been lifted from their hearts. The clan's vitality had already been greatly damaged. So, the clan's business would inevitably be in a mess for at least a year if they were to fork out more than 500 million yuan. This was a big and fatal problem at this critical moment. However, there wouldn't be any problem if they were to use these things to pay off the debt. Brother Chu, when do you plan to make the deal? Both of them were somewhat impatient. Chu Yang smiled amiably and said, I remember that the Xie clan and the O clan are on the road to the north. We can make the deal at any time if we arrive there, Chu Yang chuckled. We might as well travel together. Moreover, I've heard that Dark Bamboo Duke, you was born in the extreme north. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and GMO looked at each other. They thought, it seems that Big Brother has made up his mind. He's going to talk about it along the way. Xie Danqiong and Du Zhao left feeling happy and relieved. They couldn't help but be happy. Not only did they solve crisis, but they also found a new source of wealth for the clan. Chu Yang smiled as he watched the two leave. Then he turned his head towards GMO and said, GMO, you must remember that Mo Tianyin wants to steal the divine saber of the Mo clan. You must inform Mo Tianji in a timely manner. I believe that Mo Tianji will make Mo Tianyin very happy. But you must also tell him that I must have Qing Wu's saber. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a luster of determination as he spoke in a heavy and resolute manner. Big brother, I'm afraid that your billions won't be enough to spend if you want to purchase these things. Gu Duxing hesitated. Do you want me to transfer some from the clan? GMO, Dong Wushang, and Luo Kudi also nodded in succession. They clearly had the same idea. They didn't understand why Chu Yang wanted these things, but they chose to support him unconditionally. Big brother can do whatever he wants. These were the thoughts of these people. Gu Duxing's words were very reasonable. Everyone knew that these strange things were treasures. There was no such market for them. However, their prices were sky high. For example, a fist-sized piece of star iron was worth hundreds of thousands of silver taels. The more precious ones were like nightmare steel. A small piece was worth millions of silver taels. As for top-notch materials like red cloud steel, a piece the size of a human head should be worth tens of millions of silver taels. Although Chu Yang's current wealth was substantial, if he wanted to purchase all these things, it would be far, 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 far from enough. Chu Yang laughed mischievously. It's easy to not have enough silver taels. In the three heavens, the strong are respected. It's quite possible for us to plunder some wealth along the way. For example, we can steal, rob, and teach them a lesson. That's a source of wealth. The four brothers were stunned. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Big brother, what should we do next? Luo Kadi was concerned about this question. Should we follow our clans, or should we form a gang on our own? Chu Yang said in a relaxed manner, This depends on what you guys think. I want to go alone. Dong Wushang said firmly. Me too. GMO said. Me too. Me too. Luo Kadi quickly responded. Tell me your reasons. Chu Yang knew that their so-called going alone meant that they wanted to be with him and leave their clans. Regarding this, he didn't show any expression. Chu Yang wasn't like his brothers who would give up anything for him. Therefore, he said, even if we follow our clans, we're still going in the same direction. We can still see each other every day. I don't feel well. Dong Wushang's eyes showed pain. I'm willing to give up everything for my clan, but there are some things that I can't bear. But I have no other choice. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. Dong Wushang should be talking about his elder brother, Dong Wulei. He pondered for a while. Then he chose a fair angle and said, Wushang, your elder brother still loves you very much. However, there were some things that a person in power had to have. You have to understand this. It's because I understand that I'm in pain. Dong Wushang also sighed. Me too. Elder brother is very good to me, but my existence will threaten him. Luo Kadi raised his hand and said, Also, what he did today makes me very uncomfortable. So, I have to leave for a few days to let him reflect. This was somewhat similar to a child's quarrel. His words made several people laugh. I don't want to go with the clan because my elder brother is too lazy. GMO hung his head dejectedly. The most diligent thing he's doing now is to think of ways to make me the Grand Duke in his place. I'm really scared. Can I be the clan lord with this kind of material? It's simply a joke. I don't want to care about the clan's trivial matters. I want to fight in the martial world, have no worries, hug my wife, go everywhere, go home when I miss home, be filial to my parents, stay for a few days, and then go out to have fun. This is the life I want. Everyone was speechless. You guys can easily follow your elder brother to have fun. But what about me? Gu Duxing was somewhat angry. Someone killed 2 people. The direct consequence is that I'm tied to the clan. Do you think I'll abandon the Gu clan? What's wrong with that? Luo Kudi put his arm around his shoulder. We brothers will cover our faces and follow your Gu clan's troops. Then we'll walk faster than the other clans. Wouldn't it be the best of both worlds, as long as we don't expose our identities? Ji Mo's eyes lit up and he said, "You're right. Besides, our heavenly armament pavilion should be awe-inspiring in the three heavens. How about we all cover our faces or make masks? Then we'll rob and steal together." Everyone's eyes lit up together. Good. We, the heavenly armament pavilion, will begin to show our faces from tomorrow onwards. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, "All right. Then I'll make some small things tonight as the heavenly armament pavilion symbol." All the brothers cheered. Chapter 471. The troops of Dark Bamboo left Mt. Dingjun as soon as possible. They didn't even greet anyone before they left. "Little you, how was our harvest this time?" Jun Shiju insipidly asked. "Not bad. Our total income is more than 3 billion. We recruited 11 king-level experts and 45 venerable-level experts." Duke Yu faintly smiled and said, "Several emperor-level experts have appeared. However, they are all people of big clans. I have no interest in making a move against them." Jun Shiju nodded with a smile and said, "It's already good. The harvest this time was beyond my expectations." She pondered for a moment. Then she changed the subject and said, "You went to see that King of Hell Chu. If my guess is right, most of this fight should be King of Hell Chu's handiwork. What do you think?" Duke frowned and said, "I didn't see anything else. But King of Hell Chu's grasp of human nature is extremely accurate. Moreover, King of Hell Chu is a person who only believes in his own strength. The possibility of him accepting outside help isn't very big." Jun Shiju replied with an "oh." She then fell into contemplation. She said after a long while, "Send someone to watch him. People always have weaknesses, and they always need help. It's better to do this than to say it in advance. This good karma must be formed." Duke Yu sighed and said, "It's not good to not form this good karma. After all, he's my creditor now." "Creditor?" Jun Shiju twisted her eyebrows and said, "You lost to him." Duke Yu spread out his hands. "Did you think that Gao Sheng would lose to GMO before this fight?" Jun Shiju smiled. "So that's how it is." She pondered for a moment. She recalled the state of Gao Sheng and GMO when they had first entered the arena. Then she sighed and said no. Duke Yu sighed. "I also thought that he wouldn't. So I lost. Moreover, the most depressing thing is that bastard Gao Sheng obviously had a big killing weapon. But he was defeated by anger. He didn't even use his killing move. That's why I'm so depressed." "You mean that Gao Sheng has successfully practiced that mysterious martial art of the Gao clan?" Jun Shiju's eyes turned sharp. "He hasn't practiced it. He can practice it," Duke Yu said. "But it's easy to deal with GMO, even though he has just entered the entry level. However, this martial art required a state of mind of ice and snow in order to unleash its power. The moment he went on stage, he was as angry as an exploding pig. How was he supposed to use it? I'm so angry, so angry. Thinking about how he had originally obtained those 2 pieces of jade at the lowest price, but now he had to pay such a high price. Moreover, all of this was because Gao Sheng could win, but didn't. Duke Yu wanted to vomit blood. It would be strange if King of Hell Chu didn't ferociously search my tongue on the way to the northernmost region, given his personality. When Duke Yu thought about how his wealth was about to shrink because of an injustice, he wanted to tear Gao Sheng apart alive. Jun Shiju faintly replied with an "oh." Then she began to ponder. It was unknown what she was thinking. Duke Yu looked at her expression. examined the world-defying stage for a while, and said, "How have you been recently?" June, Shiju, knitted her brows in a tired manner. She then said, "I'm fine. Let's see if this spirit beast disappoints me or not." Duke, you revealed a pensive look in his eyes. He then said, "I'm afraid that there's something fishy about the appearance of a spirit beast in the northernmost region this time. You have to be fully prepared." June Shiju closed her eyes and said, "What's not fishy? We've come here from a fishy place. You have to take good care of Alu when the time comes. You can make your move if I don't succeed." Duke, you exposed a warm smile and said, "I'm going to Alu's side." June Shiju didn't speak. Duke, you quietly disappeared. Chu Yang had been busy in the middle of the night to make this mask. It was neither gold nor silver, and was extremely exquisite. It didn't feel suffocating when worn on the face. Instead, it felt relaxed and comfortable. Well, it was natural to prepare some heavenly weapons since it was the heavenly armament pavilion. Therefore, Chu Yang concocted a pile of short sabers and short swords. These sabers were truly short. In fact, they were almost pocket-sized. The longest one was as long as a palm, and the shortest one was as big as a finger. Finally, he made several tokens. Clouds and mist were curling up on them. A sword was flashing with golden light in the midst of the clouds and mist. It was faintly discernible. It was unparalleled in the world. The 3 words, Heavenly Armament Pavilion, were engraved in a flamboyant style. The word 1 was engraved in a circle at the bottom left. The first token of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion went all the way to the command token. Chu Yang decided that this should be it for the time being. The quality of the soldiers was more important than the quantity. The brothers would enter the world hand in hand. Early the next morning, Chu Yang issued this token to everyone. Gu Duxing was number 2, GMO was number 3, Dong Wushang was number 4, Luo Kudi was number 5, and Ru Butong was number 6. Rue Butong wasn't here. So, Chu Yang kept his token for the time being. "There's one thing you must remember," Chu Yang said seriously. "There's a purple crystal space inside this token that can be opened. I've put a life-saving pill inside. If you encounter any unexpected situation, take the pill and escape immediately." He said heavily, "The Heavenly Armament Pavilion belongs to our world, defying heavens. But I don't want you to get hurt. No matter what the situation is, you must remember that your life is the most precious. Missions and organizations are all fleeting clouds. I want to move unhindered with my brothers. I don't want to cry and take revenge while hugging my brothers' corpses. Do you remember?" "Yes." The 4 of them answered together. At this moment, everyone's eyes were shining. From these words, they could clearly feel Chu Yang's intentions. Next, everyone was given a short knife and a short sword. Although they were small, they could cut through iron like mud. They were even sharper than their own long swords. Luo Kadi and GMO turned them over and over again. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing took a look and kept them. Then the masks were given out one by one. The brothers' masks were all different. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing had grim expressions on their faces, while Luo Kudi and Gu Duxing were smiling from ear to ear. As for Chu Yang himself, he was expressionless. Everyone liked it very much. "Big brother, what's the purpose of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion?" GMO asked. This question was obviously what everyone was most concerned about. They all raised their heads and looked at Chu Yang. The temporary purpose is to expand and recruit experts. The ultimate purpose is to conquer the 3 heavens. Chu Yang said casually, "For us, as long as we quickly increase our strength, it should be very easy." "It should be very easy." The 4 of them were dumbstruck as they looked at Chu Yang. "Big brother Chu, these words are really easy to say. Among the younger generation, you can be considered as one of the best. But in the 3 heavens, I am nothing." Right now, we have to spread the name of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Chu Yang cautiously reminded, before your strength reaches a certain level. Don't reveal your true identity. He didn't need to say this. Everyone understood. From today onwards, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will take action. Then, in the near future, I will use all means to carry out special training for all of you. Chu Yang's eyes were burning. Your cultivation progress is really too slow. The four of them were speechless. Our current progress has already scared a lot of people in the three heavens. But compared to Big Brother, it is indeed a little slow. The shortest is half a year. The latest is 1 year. Rush to the Emperor level. Then, rush to the Monarch level. Chu Yang's eyes were like lightning. Train under my command. After a year, whoever is below the Emperor level will automatically become a logistician of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. They will serve the brothers. Any service. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were surprised by such a goal. This was simply unrealistic, as if it was a dream. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were confident that they could reach the Emperor level within 10 years. In fact, it would be very good if they could reach the Emperor level within 10 years. But Big Brother had actually proposed a goal of 1 year. Wasn't this too outrageous? Believe me, I can do it. I can make you do it. Chu Yang looked at the four of them. Before meeting me, did you think that you could reach your current level in such a short time? The four of them lowered their heads and pondered. Yes, before meeting Big Brother. Who would have thought that they could reach the king level from the great master level in a year and a half? This was something that they wouldn't have dared to dream about. Chu Yang smiled mischievously. The facts will prove to you. It's useless to say more now. Do you still remember my training method? From today onwards, every day will be the same. Half of you will go out, and the other half will train. And so on. And so the matter was settled. They had been hurrying on the road for the entire day. The Gu clan had already pulled some distance away from the other clans. It was worth mentioning that Chu Yang had gotten 5 pieces of star steel, each weighing 500 kilograms. Then he had given each of them 1 piece to carry on their journey. They weren't allowed to ride horses. They could only walk on foot. Dong Wushang was the most miserable. That was because he had a huge saber weighing 570 kilograms. Moreover, Chu Yang had a strict rule. Even if you die of exhaustion, you mustn't breathe carelessly. Chu Yang also carried a piece of star steel on his back. Mo Ching Wu followed beside Chu Yang, smiling cheerfully. She accompanied him all the way. Whenever she saw sweat on Chu Yang's forehead, she would quickly take out a handkerchief and carefully wipe it for him. Chu Yang had wanted to let her sit in a carriage, but the sword spirit firmly stopped him. Let her run. Slowly exhaust her physical strength and martial arts until her 3-yin meridian reaches its limit. Then, let her injuries flare up again. That way, we can treat her in advance. After running for the entire morning, when it was time for lunch, even someone like Gu Duxing didn't sweat anymore. At first, he used his spiritual energy. Later on, his spiritual energy was used up. Then he used his physical strength. Then his physical strength was used up again. Just by running for the entire morning, Gu Duxing actually felt that he had broken through the limits of his physical body a few times. Dong Wushang was even worse. When he was eating, his legs were trembling slightly. He drank half a vat of water in one go. When GMO and Luo Kudi arrived, they almost fainted. They hurriedly wanted to take this big thing off their bodies, but they were sternly stopped by Chu Yang. Eat, drink, and rest. No one is allowed to take it off. This sentence made GMO and Luo Kudi howl in grief at the same time. This chapter is a bit dull as a foreshadowing and a wedge for the subsequent plot, but it can't be too little. I tried to write it as simply as possible. I revised it for a long time. But this chapter really can't be written other than preparation and foreshadowing. Chapter 472. Chu Yang was also very tired, but he had to endure it. If he showed any signs of not being able to bear it, then this training session would end without any results. They ate lunch and rested for more than an hour. This little bit of time was insignificant for the 4 people who had just been tortured. In the afternoon, they started to run for their lives again. Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Kadi were even more desperate. Because Boss Chu had said, when you guys were martial great masters, I was a martial warrior. But now we are at the same level. You guys are not working hard, so it can be seen from this. From now on, if my cultivation is 1 level higher than yours, then I will add another 100 kilograms to your back. If you are 2 levels higher, then you will add another 100 kilograms, and so on and so forth. These words made the brothers speechless. Chu Yang's speed was monstrous. Wouldn't they be looking for trouble if they tried to compete with him? But Boss Chu was right. They were also human. Their fast progress was due to their diligence. If they were overtaken again, they would lose face. The consequence of this was that by the afternoon, the few of them were on the verge of collapsing. After eating dinner, they rested until their bodies were no longer sweating. Chu Yang then showed mercy and let the brothers put down the star iron. Once they put it down, their bodies immediately became light, as if they were about to fly away. Luo Kadi lay on the ground facing the sky and let out a long sigh. He sighed and said, "This is happiness." GMO looked at him with disdain. He really didn't have the strength to say anything. "Damn it, you don't feel happy even when you eat all kinds of delicacies. Today, you put down a big stone, and you are happy." I can't help but want to add 2 sentences here, not counting the words. When I was in the army, I trained for more than 12 hours a day. Every day I was so tired that I wanted to die. But when I lay on the bed at night, I immediately felt a kind of touching happiness. Especially when my back touched the bedboard, I felt so happy that I almost fainted. Haha, I miss that feeling so much. After resting for a while, Chu Yang, the highest leader of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, took Dong Wushang and GMO out. The 3 of them started to make a name for themselves. Only Gu Duxing and Luo Kadi were left in the Gu clan's tent. Gu Duxing sat cross-legged in meditation, working hard to circulate his energy. He could feel that today's training had made him extremely tired. Although he had broken through a few limits, there was no obvious effect. Instead, it made his body more burdened. She recalled Chu Yang's words, "This kind of training will definitely be difficult to adapt to in the beginning." But once he got used to it, it was only after 7 days that he could clearly see where his improvement was. All his sweat was not for nothing. Luo Kadi, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back. The 10 sovereigns of the Gu clan looked at their young master and his friends with a complicated expression. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. No one dared to even think about such training. It would really tire them to death. However, these youngsters didn't hesitate and risked their lives. Even when they were young, when they were most fearless, how many of them were able to do this? He had become a king-level expert at the age of 10 or 20. So, how could he have achieved it? By relying on his family's status and luck. Then, Gu Duxing began to talk to the 10 king-level experts of his clan one by one. He wanted to understand everyone's mentality and arouse everyone's lofty sentiments. Gu Duxing had a thought. Tie the Gu clan to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's world, defying heavens. This might be the only way out for the Gu clan. During these days in the upper 3 heavens, Gu Duxing felt the awkwardness of the Gu clan. Almost every other clan had an emperor-level expert overseeing the clan. Only the Gu clan didn't have one. It was true that he was doing well among the younger generation of the upper 3 heavens. But what would he do if the emperor-level expert of the other clans made a move? Therefore, many clan masters couldn't compare to him at all. But their backs were strong. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It was completely due to their solid foundation. Foundation. This was the true wealth of a clan. Wanting to rely on one's own efforts to develop the clan was simply unrealistic. But the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had created such an opportunity. Gu Duxing firmly believed that Chu Yang would definitely lead the Heavenly Armament Pavilion into the upper three heavens. If the Gu clan's experts could enter the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, it would be better than fighting alone. Then, it would be much better than fighting alone. Moreover, it could also be considered as giving an account to his foster father. Therefore, Gu Duxing put all of his efforts into the 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If it succeeded, it would succeed. If it didn't, it would be a struggle for him and his brothers. Whether it succeeded or not, having this experience in this life, having such a magnificent feat, and having brothers to accompany him, he would have no regrets in this life. Recently, there was news from the clan that Sister Xiao Miao's situation had improved a lot. With his rising fame, Sister Xiao Miao had been released from the cold ice cave. But she was confined at home and was not allowed to show her face in public. It was obvious that the old guys in the clan were still angry. But Gu Duxing was already very satisfied in his heart. He was very relieved. Wait until I reach the emperor level. I will immediately marry Sister Xiao Miao. Be my wife. As for those old fogies in the clan, they can retire. While Gu Duxing was working hard, Chu Yang and the other 2 were also wantonly sweeping and robbing. Along the way, everyone was going to the extreme north. None of them were mediocre. Of course, the value of their belongings was also not low. From time to time, some of them would come alone or in groups of 3 or 5. Then they would be captured and robbed. Moreover, the robbers were very open and above board. They would wear strange masks, throw down the 3 words Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and swagger away. Only the people who had been robbed were left behind. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Some of them resisted fiercely. In fact, some of them even put their lives in danger. From this night onwards, this road was bound to be filled with fear and trepidation. The powerful appearance of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and the actions of the hoodlums and robbers had made countless people's complexions change. When the news of a 7th grade king level expert being robbed came out, everyone was full of shock. Heavenly Armament Pavilion? What kind of organization is this? It was already late at night. Everyone was quietly resting. Suddenly, a white shadow came from behind. It was faintly discernible and graceful. It was like an immortal riding on the waves. It suddenly descended from the sky with the wind. This person was a graceful woman. Moreover, it was obvious that she had chased them from Mt. Dingjun. She had broken into the camps of several clans along the way. After entering, she asked, "Who knows Chu Yang? Is Chu Yang here?" At most, she would add an explanation. "He is the man who has just exposed the evil of the Meng clan on Mt. Dingjun." Most people didn't know who Chu Yang was. Therefore, she inquired and chased him all the way. She finally caught up with the people of the Ao clan when the curtain of night fell. This woman's cultivation was very high. At least, the experts of the Ao clan felt that her aura was very strong. They couldn't match her strength. Therefore, Ao Xia Yun personally came out to negotiate. "Chu Yang." Ao Xia Yun frowned. "Why are you looking for him?" "I want to settle an account with him." That woman snorted and replied, "He isn't here. You can look for the teams of the Ji clan, Luo clan, Gu clan, and Dong clan if you want to look for him. Brother, Chu must be in one of those clans." Ao Xia Yun politely pointed out the direction. Therefore, the white-clothed woman immediately left. Then she looked for the slowest Ji clan. Grand Duke Ji Zhu was drowsy, so he obviously didn't know. Therefore, she left and went forward. This woman was Yang Ruolan. She had just returned from the lower 3 heavens. After passing through the lower 3 heavens, she naturally wanted to settle the account with that heartless man of her junior sister. She had never seen such a heartless man before. Not only did he not have the slightest bit of tenderness and sweetness, He even acted as if he did not know anything at all. There were many things that he didn't know. But could he be irresponsible just because he didn't know? That was his child. Young Ruolan remembered that she had lost her child and had been depressed all these years. She had always been frowning. She had wanted to find her child, but hadn't been able to. So she hated these irresponsible people who didn't know how to cherish their child. How enviable was this familial happiness that everyone envied. How could you be so wasteful? Yang Ruolan really wanted to grab Chuyang and ask him, "Are you still a human? Do you still have any conscience?" After passing by the teams of the Luo clan and the Dong clan, Yang Ruolan finally had a clear target. It seemed that he should be at the Gu clan. The next step was easy. After passing by a team, she asked, "Are they from the Gu clan?" If they weren't, she continued to chase. She chased until the middle of the night. Then she finally saw a campsite in front. Yang Ruolan floated down and walked towards the campsite. At this moment, Luo Kadi had just strolled back to his tent. He was waiting for Chuyang and the others to come back. He was fantasizing in his heart. Robbing, that would be fun. I don't know if I can get a share of the loot when I come back. He became dispirited as he thought about it. Occasionally he would go out for a stroll. He saw that the moon was high in the sky, but they hadn't come back yet, so he decided to sleep. At this moment he heard a cold and pleasant voice from outside. "May I ask if this is the Gu clan's residence?" Luo Kadi was startled. He replied reflexively, "Yes." "Who are you?" "I finally found him." Yang Ruolan heaved a sigh of relief. "There's someone called Chuyang. Is he here?" Luo Kadi laughed and said, "Whoa, who's looking for me?" He wanted to say, "Who's looking for my big brother?" But Gu Duxing had already woken up. He heard that someone was looking for Chuyang in the middle of the night. He couldn't help but shiver. He grabbed Luo Kadi's arm and said in a low voice, "Don't reveal Big Brother's whereabouts. Ask her what she wants first." But Gu Duxing stopped him a little too late. Luo Kadi had already said half of what he wanted to say. Therefore it should have been, "Who's looking for my big brother?" But after swallowing the second half, it became, "Who's looking for me?" This wasn't the same meaning at all. It was completely at odds with each other. Completely at odds with each other. The person outside seemed to be startled. Then she said, "You're Chuyang." Her voice had already become cold. It was filled with a murderous aura that was about to explode. "So she's here to seek revenge." Luo Kadi was immediately filled with pride. "Motherfucker, Big Brother isn't here. Let me deal with her for him. She dares to seek revenge in front of us brothers. Motherfucker, she must have eaten a leopard's guts. If I don't teach her a lesson, how can I show off my unrivaled prestige?" Luo Kadi lifted the tent and walked out. He raised his nose to the sky and asked arrogantly, "Ooh, wahahaha, beauty, are you looking for me, Chuyang?" "Haha, this Chuyang is actually such a bastard." Yang Ruolan was so angry that she almost fainted. Junior sister, what kind of taste do you have?" Chapter 473. Big Brother, what should we do? Dong Wushang asked in a low voice. Chuyang pondered for a moment and said, "I haven't asked what that spirit beast is, but it seems that it's very important to the Meng clan. Moreover, I'm afraid that it's useful to all the clans. Otherwise, that old man wouldn't have said the words, even if we have to risk our lives." Dong Wushang and GMO nodded. Every clan of the three heavens has many king-level experts like this, but it would be a big mistake to say that they can be sacrificed at will. That's because these clans are basically supported by king-level experts, and they are backed by emperor-level experts. But it's unknown if there are more powerful ones. "Wushang, there's no harm in talking about this matter," Chuyang said. Dong Wushang nodded and said, "Big Brother, there's a legend that you must know. It's that there used to be a big race in this layered heavens, and we humans are just a kind of them. And Meng Luo's kind of cultivation is clearly the remnant of the demon race. And there used to be a beast race. The present spirit beasts are the remnant bloodline of the original beast race. However, they are far from their original status, and there are very few transformed spirit beasts. In other words, the inheritance of the beast race doesn't exist in the three heavens. But the beast race used to produce heroes in large numbers when it was flourishing. Some powerful beast race used to take human women as concubines, and they multiplied and multiplied. Various races used to intermarry during the most chaotic times. So, the bloodlines became somewhat complicated as a result. Chu Yang nodded and listened patiently. There used to be a powerhouse who accidentally found a dying spirit beast. He drank its blood and refined its inner core. Then he found that he had inadvertently opened a new door. Dong Wushang took a deep breath and said, "It's a bloodline inheritance." Since then, humans have come to know that sometimes they can obtain formidable abilities by taking the blood of spirit beasts, and they can reach the heavens in a single bound if they can comprehend the strength of the beast race, and they can become experts. Therefore, the spirit beasts of the layered heavens have suffered since then. Chu Yang frowned and asked, "How many times has this kind of thing happened?" "There are always dozens of cases. Moreover, some of them even wrote down their personal experiences." Dong Wushang laughed bitterly and said, "So, this matter is irrefutable. Although there are quite a number of third heaven spirit beasts, there aren't many that are above the 7th grade. As for spirit beasts below the 7th grade, even if they were swallowed whole, they might not be able to activate any bloodline or obtain any inheritance. Now that a spirit beast has appeared, all the big clans will try their luck no matter what. Even if they can only obtain a little blood of a spirit beast, it will still be a little more hope." Dong Wushang sighed. Chu Yang nodded silently. "I see. What would happen if I were to obtain the heritage and awaken my bloodline? 300 years ago, there were 2 clans in the upper 3 heavens. One was the Miao clan and the other was the Mu clan. Both of them had activated their bloodline and obtained the inheritance of the beasts. They directly swept through the upper 3 heavens and finally brought their clans to kill their way to the upper 3 heavens. This shows how terrifying it is." Dong Wushang revealed an envious look in his eyes. After all, leading a clan to kill their way to the upper 3 heavens was the lead of every clan in the upper 3 heavens. He continued, "The 2 clans caused a huge uproar in the upper 3 heavens. The Miao clan was recognized by the Li clan as an ally. Later, they became in-laws and changed their name to Li. But 100 years later, they were expelled by the Li clan, and more than half of their experts were killed. They returned to the upper 3 heavens and became the Li clan today, Li Xiongtu's clan. The other clan, the Mu clan, is smarter. It is still in the upper 3 heavens. I heard that it has become a second-class clan in the upper 3 heavens." Dong Wushang laughed mischievously. Chu Yang nodded. He took a deep breath and said, "I finally understand. No wonder the birth of a 2nd-grade spirit beast has caused such a huge uproar. It's not a big uproar. Who doesn't want to rush to the upper 3 heavens? Even if they go to the upper 3 heavens to be slaves, they will still fucking do it." Dong Wushang spat. "You don't want to?" Chu Yang smiled and asked, "You don't want to lead the Dong clan to the upper 3 heavens?" Dong Wushang's thick eyebrows raised and said, "Of course I want to, but I don't want to go to the upper 3 heavens as a slave." He said in a low and deep voice, "I once thought that if I, Dong Wushang, want to go to the upper 3 heavens, then I'll trample over a clan in the upper 3 heavens, and I'll replace them. If I can't, then I'd rather not go." Chu Yang patted his shoulder. He faintly smiled and said, "You can do it." GMO suddenly interjected from the side, "You don't want to be a slave, But it doesn't mean that your clan doesn't want to. Wushang, I'm afraid that it won't be up to you even if you don't want to when that time comes. Dong Wushang looked up to the sky and heaved a long sigh. He patted his black saber with a desolate look on his face. It hasn't come to that time yet, Chu Yang insipidly said. Besides, even if it comes to that time, it may not necessarily be the case. Come, let's go back. Chu Yang stood up. Big brother, what about the Meng clan's matter? GMO was startled. Send a letter to Duke Yu after we go back. Chu Yang said in a soft voice. I believe that he will know what to do. Moreover, let Du Xing leave behind a few people. Tell him that the Meng clan is ahead of us, and they may have already obtained the spirit beast's blood, or they may have obtained it very early. We don't need to do anything. The Meng clan has a bad reputation. Sometimes you don't have to do it yourself to kill someone. GMO prostrated himself in admiration. Big brother is really smart. You're treacherous to a certain extent. The three of them returned to the Gu clan's tent. They found that the tent was in a mess. They couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly rushed in. They saw Luo Kudi lying inside. It was too horrible to look at. Chu Yang got angry and asked what happened. Gu Du Xing wanted to say something, but then hesitated. He stood up. He felt that it wasn't appropriate to speak, so he coughed a few times. Then he recounted everything that had happened a moment ago. Chu Yang immediately flew into a rage. What do you mean by rape and then abandon? Where did this come from? This is going too far. That woman should be an emperor-level expert. Gu Du Xing reminded. Emperor-level expert. It's not like I haven't killed an emperor-level expert. Chu Yang's eyes turned cold. Which direction did she go? How are the injuries of the wolf cub? The injuries aren't serious. This woman had a sense of propriety. Gu Du Xing said, they're basically flesh wounds. The biggest consequence is that he will suffer for a few days. He will be in endless pain. But he didn't suffer any serious injuries. It's just that his ribs are a bit troublesome. The wolf cub said that they were broken. But I checked and found that they weren't broken. I don't know what method she used to soften his ribs. So, two of them are stuck together. I'm afraid that this wolf cub would suffer a lot if we were to break them apart. Gu Du Xing was also somewhat baffled. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy is really... Why didn't he just say that I wasn't here and ask that woman to wait for a while? Why did he have to take the blame for me? Chu Yang sighed. His heart felt warm. My brother would rather be killed than take the blame for me. Let me take a look at the wolf cub's injuries. Wu Shang, you tell Du Xing about what happened just now. Chu Yang squatted down. Then he mobilized his spiritual power in his palm and penetrated it into Luo Kudi's body. Luo Kudi mischievously smiled. It's okay, big brother. I would have let you come if I had known that she only wanted to beat you up. Haha, this feeling is really not good. Whoa, shut up. Such a serious injury can't make you talk less. Chu Yang felt angry and amused at the same time. This guy's clowning had become a habit. He took out an incomplete version of the heavy pill from his bosom. Then he made this guy open his mouth and threw it in. Then he waited for the medicinal effect to circulate throughout his body. Then he suddenly put his hands on his chest. Then he separated the two ribs with a pop sound. Awoo! Luo Kudi roared in pain. His face was full of sweat. So cool! The brothers couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yang angrily glared at him. Then he carefully examined him again. He found that there were no other injuries. There were only small dislocations in other places. Luo Kudi moved a few times. Then he jumped up. His toes touched the ground. He twisted a few times and moved his ankle. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. It doesn't hurt at all. It's really strange. It's a pity. What's a pity? GMO asked with a sidelong glance. Luo Kudi's face turned gloomy. Motherfucker, how come my feet don't hurt? It would have been great if my feet still hurt. Why? Even Dong Wushang was somewhat puzzled this time. How can you hope that your injuries won't get better? If my feet still hurt, I won't have to run with 1,000 pounds on my back tomorrow. Luo Kudi dejectedly said, I can ride on a horse and enjoy the sight of you carrying a mountain on your back. I can drink wine and eat meat. I can laugh and cheer you on. Before he could finish speaking, GMO and Dong Wushang greeted him with punches and kicks. Suddenly, the brothers were in a mess. Mo Tianyin spurred his horse as fast as he could. He led his entourage of experts and rushed back to his clan in a dejected manner. Mo Tianji was also madly rushing back to his clan in another direction. This was the first time in history that two brothers had returned home at the same time. Mo Tianyin was unlucky along the way. He was so irritated that he started to kill people. Many people believed that Mo Tianyin had deliberately released a smokescreen when he had gambled on MT Dingjun because Gu Duxing wasn't injured at all. Motherfucker. Mo Tianyin had released such fake news. He was also the banker. Who knows how much he had made from this gamble? Therefore, Mo Tianyin was a millionaire in the eyes of many people, even though he was as poor as a church mouse. He was an incomparably fat piece of meat. The anger of being deceived, coupled with the greed for wealth, Mo Tianyin had already encountered 7 or 8 groups of people along the way. This had made Mo Tianyin want to vomit blood. Moreover, Mo Tianyin's mood had become even more gloomy as another piece of news had slowly spread over the past 3 days. It had reached the point where he couldn't feel better unless he committed suicide. Duke Tuqian of the Tu clan had issued a bounty 3 days ago. Whoever could catch Mo Tianyin and let Duke Tu vent his anger would be rewarded with 10 million. This price wasn't low at all. It had made Duke Missouri Tianyin's journey even more difficult. There are only 2 updates today. There's one more thing that needs to be explained. I may stay up all night tonight. Tomorrow's update will be very early because I will go to Jinan to pick up someone. Cough, cough. A brother has gone to Japan to work. He will return home tomorrow. I haven't seen him for several years, so I must go. Chapter 474. The 7 fragrances bewitching spell could paralyze one's entire body. As long as one's cultivation wasn't at the monarch level, one couldn't use the spirit sea gathering technique. No one was an exception. Even if one was at the peak of the emperor level, Mo Wuxian's entire body was trembling. He shouldn't be trembling after being hit by the 7 fragrances bewitching spell. However, he was so agitated that he managed to suppress the effects of the 7 fragrances bewitching spell. Although his entire body was still stiff and unable to move, he couldn't help but tremble instinctively. He couldn't speak anymore. However, there was a trace of regret in his eyes. He really wanted to say something. He had so many things to say. However, he couldn't say anything he wanted to say. You're not Mo Xing Chen's son. You're my grandson. You're my son, Mo Xinghai's son. You're my direct descendant. When Mo Xing Chen's wife gave birth, I took control of the entire Mo family and swapped you with a newborn baby. You're not Mo Xing Chen's son. You're my grandson. For the sake of your position in the Mo family, this old man killed all those people. I even drowned the newborn baby and killed your own mother. Yi Mo thought to himself. Yi Mo shook his head. A few years ago, your father, Mo Xinghai, died in an accident. I was the only one who knew about your origins. I've been good to you since you were young. Is there no reason? I'm an emperor-level expert. I'm supreme in the Mo family. Why would I be a dog for a kid who's still wet behind the ears? Am I really that cheap? Is there no reason? Is there no reason? Is there no reason? He was screaming in his heart. However, he couldn't say a single word. He had schemed against the Mo family for a generation. Who would have thought that he would die in the hands of his own grandson? That he would die in the hands of his own grandson, whom he had nurtured with all his might? I've put in so much effort for him. I've racked my brains for him. I've killed countless people for him. I've been unreasonable. I've even done all sorts of bad things for him. And he's killed me in the end. Mo Wuxan suddenly felt that it was funny. This matter was too funny and ironic. If he could speak now, he would have laughed out loud. Laughing at the heavens, laughing at fate. Old dog, you still think it's funny? Mo Tianyan ferociously looked at Mo Wuxan and whispered, I hate to see you laugh. The saber had already been unsheathed. The saber light was like a dream. It was magnificent and resplendent. However, Mo Tianyan's hands were trembling. He did not know why his hands were trembling. Even his heart was trembling, but he quickly controlled his trembling. He was someone who had achieved great things. How could he tremble for an old dog like this? Even though he had done many things for him, an old dog was still an old dog, and an old dog was still a dog. It was just a dog. It was just a dog. That was all. Mo Tianyan clenched his teeth and thrust his saber forward with a dreamlike saber light. It pierced Soul Fighter's heart. He used so much force that a large piece of the saber actually came out of his back. Mo Wuxian's entire body shook. His pupils opened wide. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that when he went against his conscience and shielded Mo Tianyan to frame Mo Tianji and Mo Qingwu, and even swallowed his pride to snatch the saber from Mo Qingwu's hands. In the end, it was actually his own grandson who took Mo Qingwu's saber and stabbed it into his heart. Mo Tianyan coldly looked at Mo Wuxian's widened pupils. He coldly clenched his teeth. His pupils were somewhat frantic and confused. He fiercely said, still not dead? Still staring at me? Do you think you won't die if you stare at me? Do you think I'm afraid? Ah. He said that he was not afraid, but his voice was trembling. Then he suddenly screamed. That was because Mo Wuxian had recovered his ability to move. He did not know where his strength came from, but he stretched out his hands at lightning speed and hugged the saber. His strength seemed to have recovered at the moment of his death. This was the strength of a dying man's radiance. He had the ability to kill Mo Tianyan with his palm at this moment. After all, Mo Tianyan was not an emperor-level expert. He did not know the true terror of an emperor-level expert. However, Mo Wuxian did not attack. He only looked at Mo Tianyan with endless sorrow. Blood was constantly flowing out of the corners of his mouth. His hands were tightly hugging the saber. Blood was also oozing out of his hands. He said in a low and deep voice, Tianyan, you kill me, you know? I'm your grandfather. I'm your grandfather. You're my grandson. Mo Wuxian spoke in a low and deep voice. Tears kept rolling out of his old eyes, but he did not blink. Ah. Mo Tianyan took 2 steps back. Then he sat down on the ground. He kicked his legs as he stepped back. What did you say? I'm your grandfather. I'm your biological grandfather. Mo Wuxian strenuously spat out blood. He looked at Mo Tianyan with tearful eyes and said intermittently, That year it was me. As he spoke intermittently, a fact like a bolt from the blue appeared in front of Mo Tianyan's eyes. I am really your grandfather. I really am. Mo Wuxian painfully closed his eyes. You want this saber, you tell me. How can I not give it to you if you tell me? If it's related to your nature, you don't have to give up a saber. Your grandfather has done so much for you, a saber, what can it be? Mo Tianyan was dumbstruck. He had never dreamt that the person he had killed with his own hands would be his biological grandfather. He carefully thought about it and finally understood why Mo Wuxian had supported him since childhood. Why did he spare no effort to train him from the beginning? Mo Tianji was not inferior to him. Why did he support him to the position of the young clan lord despite the opposition of the entire clan when he did not understand anything? He had always been puzzled. He only thought that he was born with the aura of a leader. Now that he thought about it, everything was just a fart. What aura of a leader? What feeling of being an overlord? Everything was very simple. It was so simple that anyone could understand it. It was because he was his biological grandfather. Even if he did not live up to expectations, it would be strange if he did not help him. He saw Mo Wu Xan violently gasping for breath in the pool of blood. He was speaking intermittently. He was struggling on the verge of death. Mo Tianyan suddenly felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. I wouldn't have killed you if I had known that you were my grandfather. I had always been worried that as long as I stole the saber, the final suspect would have been me. Chu Yang and the others would not have kept it a secret for me. I could only kill you and then create an illusion. Then I would put on an act. With your hatred, no one would suspect me even if rumors were to spread. Moreover, I could use your hatred to frame Mo Tianji. I could even return to the position of the young clan lord in one fell swoop. Because you had been so good to me, no one would suspect that I would kill you. I could cry. I could cry until I went into shock. I could cry until I fainted. I could cry until my eyes bled. I could cry until everyone sympathized with me. I would cry until I was truly crying. I would cry out of my true feelings. You would die. But you would create a lot of value for me. You would not only save my life, but also my position. You would also bring me a lot of loyal subordinates. I had planned everything. How could I have imagined that things would turn out like this? You are my grandfather. You are my biological grandfather. How is this possible? Why didn't you say so earlier? Would I have leaked it if you had said so earlier? I am not stupid. No one could have imagined that things would turn out this way. Even Chu Yang, who forced Mo Tianyan, and Mo Tianji, who knew that Mo Tianyan would steal the saber, didn't expect this. Even Mo Tianji, with his wisdom, only thought that Mo Tianyan would think of a way to confuse Mo Wu Xan and steal the saber. No one could have imagined that Mo Tianyan would be so vicious and merciless. He killed someone. He killed a person who was so indebted to him. He killed his biggest supporter, just for the sake of greater benefits. He is so deranged that it is beyond anyone's expectations. Mo Tianyan's entire body trembled. He suddenly pounced on Mo Wu Xan like a madman and forcefully grabbed Mo Wu Xan's skinny shoulder. He gnashed his teeth in anger. You old bastard! Why didn't you say so earlier? You wouldn't be in such a troublesome situation if you had said so earlier. You old bastard, you motherfucker. Mo Wu Xan's lifeless eyes looked at him. The expression in his eyes changed from hope to despair. He wanted to hear Mo Tianyan call him grandfather before he died. He didn't kill this little guy because he wanted to hear him. However, he didn't expect that this little guy would become even more vicious after he knew the truth. An old dog had turned into an old bastard. How could Mo Wu Xan endure this? He had sacrificed his entire life. Mo Wu Xan let out a hoarse laugh. His body suddenly erupted with a strong energy, and Mo Tianyan was sent flying. His skinny body straightened up, and he stood up from his lying position. Dreaming of a gentle dance saber was still stuck in his chest. I was wrong in the end. Mo Wu Xan heaved a long sigh. He suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled out the saber from his chest. Blood was dripping down from the saber. He looked at Mo Tianyan with a firm gaze and said, "You want the saber? Come and take it." Mo Tianyan saw his terrifying appearance and couldn't help but take a step back. "Come and take it." Mo Wu Xan sadly looked at his grandson. This grandson had just killed him. He hissed, "Come and take it." Mo Tianyan clenched his teeth and finally took a step forward. Mo Wu Xan laughed and said, Yes, this is my grandson. Take it. Do what you have to do. He threw the saber away, and blood splashed out. Then his body swayed, and he muttered, "Dying at the hands of my own grandson. I, Mo Wu Xan, can be considered as the only one in all of history?" The light in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and he finally fell down with a plop. Mo Tianyun's entire body trembled as he held the saber. Suddenly, his voice trembled as he laughed. After a long time, he suddenly chopped the saber on Mo Wu Xan's corpse. He wept tears of blood and cursed, "Old bastard! Old bastard! You made me commit such a big crime. You old bastard!" Two shadows were coldly looking at this place from a dark place not far away. They were so angry that their temples were throbbing. Chapter 475. What happened? He thought to himself, Pu Amoyang cried so fast? He went back and stole the saber? And Mo Tian Ji took advantage of this opportunity? Chu Yang couldn't have imagined that the Mo clan's matters would be so far out of his expectations. His original plan was to use this saber theft to provoke the conflict between Great Elder Mo Xian and Mo Tianyun. Then Mo Tianji would hit him while he was down. Especially now that Mo Tianyun had almost lost all of the Mo clan's assets, it would be a fatal blow. Of course, Ian wanted Mo Tianyun to deliver the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. It was Mo Ching Wu's saber. When Mo Ching Wu heard the words Mo clan, her delicate body trembled. Her eyes could not help but reveal a frightened look. Her petite body unconsciously leaned against Chu Yang. The Mo clan has changed. Mo Tianyun is dead. Mo Wu Xian is dead. Mo Xingqin has abdicated. Mo Tianji is the 13th clan lord. Dun Duxing took a deep breath. He suppressed the shock in his heart and said the contents of the letter. When he first received the letter, he felt a chill down his spine. Even now he could still clearly feel it. Dun Duxing knew very well why the Mo clan had such a huge change. The culprit was sitting right in front of him. It was his own boss. The scene of Chu Yang's plan to force Mo Tianyun into a dead end was still vivid in his mind. First, he took out 300 million to show a carefree attitude. Then he deliberately aroused the greed in Mo Tianyun's heart. Then he bravely revealed that he had a huge amount of money. He clearly knew that Mo Tianyun could not take out such a huge amount of money. Then he used words and benefits to tempt Mo Tianyun into mortgaging his clan's property and stepped into this irreversible tragedy. During the duel, he had even used some tricks to turn the tide of a losing battle around. After the gambling fight, he relentlessly attacked Mo Tianyun without mercy. He completely shattered Mo Tianyun's mentality and humiliated him. Then he used Dukyu to pressure Mo Tianyun into an absolute predicament. Finally, he left a glimmer of hope for the other party, dreaming of a gentle dance saber. But who would have thought that this last hope would be Mo Tianyun's true path to ruin? Even if the Mo clan were to punish him, the debt owed by the young clan lord would still have to be repaid if he had honestly paid off his gambling debts. Mo Tianyun's position as the young clan lord would be abolished even if the Mo clan went bankrupt. However, the Mo clan could only grit their teeth and accept this debt. However, Chu Yang was very clear about Mo Tianyun's character. A saber is enough to offset everything. Why would he want to make trouble for himself? Therefore, Mo Tianyun's tragedy was inevitable. Chu Yang had paved a wide road to hell for Mo Tianyun, and Mo Tianyun had no other choice. He could only walk forward. The only unexpected thing was that Mo Tianyun was walking a little too fast on this path. Chu Yang had only paved this part of the road to the Yellow Springs for him, but he had actually triumphantly charged through the Limbo Pepper. In the letter, Mo Tianji did not hide anything about what had happened in the Mo clan. Word by word, he revealed the terrifying truth. Mo Qingwu's whole body was cold as she listened. She trembled as she burrowed into Chu Yang's arms. Who would have thought that the clan that she had grown up in was hiding such a tragedy? And she herself was one of the victims. If she had not been lucky enough to meet Chu Yang, then she would have been thinking of this. Mo Qingwu's face turned pale. Really? Chu Yang listened to the whole story and was silent for a long time. After a long time, he finally said this sentence. He really did not think that Mo Tianyan would be so crazy. This Mo Wu Xan is the main culprit. Chu Yang's fingers gently cracked as he said gloomily, "This old bastard, he caused so much harm to Qingwu. Dying like this is too easy for him. And Mo Tianyan, he died too easily. Easy." Ji, Masha'a, Duxing, and the other three had cold sweat seeping out of their backs. Luo Kadi smiled bitterly. "Old man, this is the cruelest way to die. Even if you personally cut him into pieces and put him to death by 1,000 cuts, it won't be as cruel as dying like this." Shua Duxing felt the same way. A biological grandfather painstakingly arranged a generation and supported his grandson. He used all his effort and blood, but at the final moment when he was about to succeed, he was killed by his own grandson. A grandson, without knowing, killed his own grandfather, and this kind of tragedy is the worst. Mo Tianyun certainly deserved it, but if he knew after death, I'm afraid his soul would not be at peace. Dong Wushang thought for a while. Then he sighed deeply and said, "It was indeed a sale, but Big Brother only wanted that saber at that time. He also wanted him to kill his own grandfather. That Mo Tianyan went crazy and did it spontaneously. This wasn't Big Brother's plan. A pitiful person must have a hateful side." Chu Yang said deeply, "Mo Tianyan is not worthy of sympathy, and Mo Wu Xan is also not worthy of pity. But this matter has given us a reminder. You must remember." The four brothers listened carefully. "No matter when, no matter what kind of desperate situation you are in, you must not take any risks. You must think thrice before you act. In a desperate situation, there must be a way out. This is the principle of heaven and earth. You must be careful because we are not only destroying ourselves." Chu Yang said seriously, "We brothers are of one mind. Pull one hair and the whole body will be affected." He did not continue speaking. He only sighed softly. The flickering firelight illuminated the faces of the brothers. They were deep in thought and seemed to have understood something. Mo Qingwu's body was trembling in Chu Yang's arms. She had not yet recovered from the lingering fear of this matter. Chu Yang's arms tightened and hugged her tightly. He said softly, "Don't be afraid. It's all in the past." Mo Qingwu nodded gently and shrank in his arms. She felt Chu Yang's strong arms and gradually felt safe. Mo Qingwu actually felt very happy about what Mo Tianji had said in the letter, that dreaming of a gentle dance saber would always be hers. It was true that she liked that saber very much, but she liked that saber because Brother Chu Yang liked it. Now Brother Chu Yang was by her side. Whether it was the saber or not was no longer important. Humph! Brother Chu Yang is much better looking than that saber. Big Brother, do you know that although you have only been here for 3 days, your strength has already exceeded that of an ordinary clan? Dan Duxing smiled and waved the letter in his hand. He said, "Mo Tianji wrote this letter for me, but in fact it is for you to read. Mo Tianji's meaning is very clear. From now on, he will form an iron alliance with you. So, he will cooperate with all the clans related to you. Even the Luo clan, who has always been hostile to you, will do the same. This is all for you, Big Brother." Dun Duxing laughed. "In the past, Mo Tianji is in charge of the Mo clan, so it is equivalent to standing on our side. The Dun clan has even said that the second son of the Dun clan is here. So, our G clan is also no problem. Second young Master Luo of the Luo clan is here. This bastard doesn't represent anything. But the Luo clan won't be our enemy at least. And the Dong clan is also the same. GMO excitedly said, Big brother, it is equivalent to the 3 big clans. Chu Yang faintly smiled. He pondered and said, You forgot that there is also the Huyan clan, and Miss Aobuat isn't inferior to men. Ji Mo's face turned red. He mischievously smiled. Then he said in an intoxicated manner, That's right. She will certainly listen to me. She is so gentle, virtuous, and gives me a sense of security. Everyone felt a chill. Then they laughed together. The next morning, everyone hadn't set out yet, but the young clan lord of the Xie clan, Xie Dan Cheong, rushed over to meet them. He had come to look for Chu Yang. Brother Chu, our Xie clan is in front of us. Chu Yang, you must stay for 2 days. Let this brother do the honors of a good host. Xie Dan Cheong's face was beaming with happiness. Everyone understood in their hearts that this wasn't the honor of a good host. It was clear that he wanted to pay off his debt quickly. After all, it was very uncomfortable for a proud and arrogant person like Xie Dan Cheong to always owe someone a debt. Xie Dan Cheong had come here to prove that the Xie clan had agreed to the deal that Chu Yang had proposed last time. Of course, I'll have to trouble brother Xie. Chu Yang happily greeted him. That's exactly what I wanted. Gold Tribulation and Gold Spike haven't swallowed anything for a long time. They are currently thinking of robbing the mountain of mysterious jade ice crystals and mysterious yang jade in the space. Gold Spirit is confronting them. It won't allow the robbers to enter the space, no matter what. Both sides are in a deadlock. Xie Dan Cheong's arrival was like delivering charcoal in the snow. Xie Dan Cheong was also very happy. I've got a big bargain. It's 20% higher than the market price. How much money can I earn? How many experts can I recruit with this money? And how much can my clan's strength increase? Moreover, such a good thing only happens once in several generations. How many nouveau riches like King of Hell Chu are willing to spend money like this? This opportunity can't be missed. So, I must sell the clan's inventory this time. Xie Dan Cheong was very excited. He would have shouted loudly if he hadn't wanted to keep it a secret. This place is full of stupid and rich people. Come quickly. Xie Dan Cheong couldn't have imagined that Chu Yang didn't care about the so-called gold and silver. As for the gold and silver notes, they weren't even as good as paper in King of Hell Chu's eyes. The improvement of the Gold Tribulation strength was the most important thing in Chu Yang's life. Both of them had smiles on their faces. They were secretly happy in their hearts. Everyone thought that they had gotten a big bargain. But who was the one who had gotten the real bargain? Everyone knew in their stomachs who had gotten the real bargain. The Xie clan welcomed Chu Yang from afar as if they were welcoming the god of wealth. They exchanged warm greetings with each other. Then, King of Hell Chu entered the Xie clan's treasure house with the heart of a vicious wolf. The Xie clan's treasure house had been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. Fuck! I'm rich. Xie Dan Cheong and Chu Yang howled like wolves in their hearts. Chapter 476. Gu Duxing and the others ate and drank heartily in the hall. Xie clan's hospitality allowed the brothers to open their bellies. They drank big bowls of wine and ate big mouthfuls of meat. They weren't worried about Big Brother Chu, who was following Xie Dan Cheong alone. Only Mo Qing, who couldn't eat. She ate a few mouthfuls and raised her head to look in the direction of Chu Yang's departure. Isn't Big Brother Chu Yang hungry? A burst of hurried footsteps was heard. Then a red shadow came out in a hurry. She opened her mouth and shouted, Luo Kudi! Luo Kudi was startled. He had just scooped a spoonful of soup, but half of it spilled on his lapel. This is bad. This is bad. I forgot about this matter. I didn't even think of telling Big Brother about it. The person who came out was Xie Danfeng. She walked over quickly. She put one hand on her waist and asked, "Where's that ugly bastard?" Luo Kadi was tongue-tied. "That didn't you say that you were brothers with him?" Xie Danfeng looked very anxious. "How come I haven't seen that bastard shadow for such a long time?" Luo Kadi stammered, I don't know." His brothers were looking at him curiously. So Luo Kadi had no choice but to tell them the situation of that day. As expected, the brothers suddenly exposed a look of great interest as soon as they heard the words Chu Yang's junior martial brother Tantan. Then they started to ask questions at once. "Really? I heard that he's super narcissistic. How awesome is he?" Luo Kadi exposed in "I can't bear to look back" expression. He weakly said, "You'll understand when you see him. Spare me. I don't feel hungry anymore when I think of him." Xie Danqiong laughed out loud. He didn't avoid the topic. He sat down and drank big mouthfuls of wine and ate meat. He chatted and laughed with everyone on the side. Soon he got along well with them. GMO thought to himself, "This girl's character is similar to Lei Feng's. It seems that Tan and I are kindred spirits," so he was in a good mood and drank 3 cups of wine. The guests of the Xie clan looked at each other in dismay. These brothers are very careless. Their big brother went to discuss business with our young master, but they aren't worried. Don't they know that big young master Xie Danqiong is famous? Little did they know that Gu Duxing and the others were not worried at all. Xie Danqiong was admittedly a golden abacus, but compared to Chu Yang, this golden abacus, cough cough, wasn't necessarily any better. "Brother Chu, look over here. This is the compensation that the clan has prepared for this bet." Xie Danqiong pointed at some strange metals that had been piled up there. Behind him were his 3rd uncle, Xie Qingma, and 4th uncle, Xie Qingyan. Both of them were experienced traders who had presided over many auctions of such rare items. They were very clear about the prices. Chu Yang looked at them one by one. Meteorites from outer space, cold iron from underground, star iron, cold gold. In total, there were 25 pieces in total. Its estimated value was definitely above 500 million. It seems that the Xie clan has done a very good job. They won't let Chu Yang suffer any losses. That's right, the Xie clan is indeed a big clan. I'll take them all. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "The total value of these things should be around 550 million taels. This is the market price." Xie Qingma and Xie Qingyan looked at each other as soon as this figure came out. They both saw the affirmation in each other's eyes. Yes, the market value of these things should be this much. There shouldn't be a difference of 10 million taels. This king of Hell Chu's vision is very sharp. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "My promise is 20% higher than the market price. So, I'll give you 100 million taels." He took out 100 million taels of gold notes and handed them over to Xie Danqiong on the spot. Xie Danqiong repeatedly shook his hands. "Brother Chu, this isn't very generous of you. It's rare for you to extend the deadline to this point. Moreover, my Xie clan would lose face if we were to ask for this 20%. Please accept it, Brother Chu." Chu Yang smiled and said, "Brother Xie, you also know that a man's words are hard to take back. Brother Xie won't make me a villain who doesn't keep his word, right?" Xie Danqiong looked at his 3rd uncle with a helpless expression on his face. Xie Qingma nodded slightly and said, "Young clan lord, you shouldn't decline since Minister Chu has such a broad mind. There will be plenty of time in the future." Xie Danqiong forced a smile and said, "It would be impolite for me to refuse." Chu Yang laughed out loud and patted his shoulder. He thought, "How can you obediently take out good things if I don't let you taste the sweetness?" He said, "Brother Xie, you don't have to be so polite. Gold and silver are just a pile of numbers for me. It's nothing. Xie Qingma and Xie Qingyan's eyes lit up when they heard these words. Xie Danqiong issued an order and called in a few people. He ordered them to pack the things that Chu Yang wanted and deliver them to the Gu clan's camp. This place is quite big. Chu Yang looked at the warehouse where the strange metals were stored and casually said, "That's natural." Xie Qingma's expression became somewhat affectionate as he said, "Minister Chu, our Xie clan has a lot of precious things over the years. We can cooperate further if Minister Chu is interested." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He said in high spirits, "Is that so? Then I'll plunder a lot today." Ha ha ha. Xie Danqiong and his two nephews laughed happily at the same time and said, "As long as Minister Chu wants something, feel free to plunder it." The four of them laughed heartily. They were extremely happy. Chu Yang thought, "I've been waiting for you to say these words. It seems that I'll return with a full load this time." "The plunder," I said. "Is it that simple?" Xie Qingma thought, "I've been waiting for you to say these words. You still want to plunder us? We're also going to plunder your pockets. Minister Chu, this way please. This way please." Xie Qingma politely pulled Chu Yang to a thick shelf and said, "Minister Chu, what do you think of this thing?" "Good stuff." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. There was a strange object in front of him. Its surface was pitted, and it flickered with a faint cold light. It was neither gold nor stone. It was only the size of a human head, but it was unusually heavy. The solid iron shelf was slightly bent because of the weight. Inside his dantian, Tribulation sword-cheered and somersaulted in his dantian. This increased Chu Yang's determination to obtain it. "This thing is a piece of meteoric iron from outer space. It has another name, 30,000 creatures." Xie Qingma explained with a smile. "Just 300 years ago, this thing flew from the sky and landed on the ground. The impact of the impact turned the entire mountain range upside down. Within a radius of 500 miles, more than 30,000 people lost their lives because of the impact." Xie Qingyan continued, "At that time, this thing was as big as a room. It was like a sun burning fiercely. Later, we sent people to wait for it to cool down. Then, they used a sledgehammer to smash open the burning thing on the outside bit by bit, revealing the inside. But it was only this big. Look, the pits on it are the traces of the original burning." "That's right." Chu Yang touched it with his hand. Then he exerted force on his wrist and held this 30,000 creatures in his hand. He felt his wrist suddenly drop down. Only after exerting a bit more force did he hold it up. "We don't know what this is, but it's extremely heavy. It's only the size of a human head, but the total weight is more than 5,000 pounds. Xie Danqiong looked at this strange thing. Although this thing's name sounded intimidating, it was extremely hard. It couldn't be damaged at all. The Xie clan couldn't do anything about it. They didn't know what it was used for. Now that Chu Yang came, the first thing he wanted to do was to sell this trash." "Good stuff. I want it." Chu Yang nodded with satisfaction. "Brother Xie, please name your price." Chu Yang didn't know what this thing was, but he knew one thing. Something that could make the Calamity Sword react was definitely good stuff. It should be known that the Calamity Sword only lazily moved things like star iron and nightmare steel. But it actually flipped over because of this piece of outer space cloud iron. One could imagine how precious this thing was. Xie Danqiong looked at this thing and discussed with his two uncles. "Brother Chu, we don't know what this thing is used for, and we don't know its price. And it has never appeared in the market before, so we don't have a market price to refer to. How about 10 million taels?" This was the price that the three of them had discussed. 10 million taels wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a small amount either. It showed the Xie clan's sincerity, and it wouldn't be a loss. It should be known that the Xie clan had mobilized manpower and material resources to get this outer space cloud iron. It was as high as 1,000,000 taels of silver, and that was 300 years ago. Very good. Deal. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, "It's 20% higher than the market price. I'll add another 2,000,000 taels." He neatly took out some gold notes to settle the bill. King of Helchu's wealth at this moment was a perfect illustration of this. This thing, not to mention 10,000,000 taels. Chu Yang would buy it for 120,000,000 taels just for the Calamity Sword. As long as he could afford it. Chu Yang would buy it even if he had to spend all his money. Xie Danqiong and the other two sighed in relief and smiled. Brother Chu is really straightforward. This guy is really rich. He doesn't know what this thing is, but he can throw out 12,000,000 taels of silver without batting an eyelid. While talking, Xie Danqiong took the notes and asked people to come in and carry this thing out. I don't need to introduce what this is. Xie Danqiong smiled and pointed at a strange light red object. Red cloud steel. It's really a good thing. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. This piece was about the same size as the big piece in the Iron Cloud Imperial Palace. It was a real treasure. 100,000,000 taels of silver for this one. How about it? Xie Danqiong asked. Good. 100,000,000 taels of silver, plus 20,000,000 taels. Chu Yang agreed. This is a piece of nightmare steel. Deal. This is a piece of ghost steel. Deal. This is a piece of deal. This is deal. This is deal. He looked at 13 or 14 shelves along the way, but the shelves he had looked at were already empty. So Minister Chu had bought all of them in a very straightforward manner. He was like a junk collector. As long as it was something, he would buy it. Since the Xie clan had put it here, how could they have ordinary goods? First update. Requesting monthly votes. The monthly vote situation is in jeopardy. Brothers and sisters, I already have 150 votes today. If I can reach 300 votes before midnight, I will add another 150 votes. I will vomit blood and add one more update on top of the 4 updates. This is the best I can do. I really can't do anything more than that. Chapter 477. By rough estimation, Chu Yang had already thrown out 800,000,000 yuan in this short period of 1 hour. The golden notes in Xie Danqiong's bosom were constantly increasing and thickening. Xie Danqiong, Xie Qingmo, and Xie Qingyan were also getting more and more excited. He is really rich. He doesn't refuse anyone. The 3 of them weren't worried about what Chu Yang was going to do with these things. These things can only be used to forge weapons. But none of these things are easy to forge. Some of them won't change even if they are thrown into the crater of a volcano. King of Hell Chu will only be able to increase his collection if he buys them. Only those old monsters of monarch level or above in the upper 3 heavens who know how to forge weapons can possibly forge half of them. But such people are very old. So who would do such a thing? Moreover, can you find those people, Chu Yang? He continued to lead Chu Yang forward in high spirits. They hadn't even gone through half of the Xie clan's treasure house yet. There were still at least 100 of them waiting to be seen. Chu Yang kept throwing golden notes as he walked. Then the people of the Xie clan would come in and carry them out. Gu Duxing would arrange for the people of the Gu clan to receive them. So they would throw everything into Chu Yang's tent. The people of the Xie clan who were transporting things had changed from servants to 8 revered martial artists. After all, some things couldn't be moved by ordinary people. Chu Yang had gone through half of the treasure house, but he didn't have any money. A total of 5 billion had been thrown into the treasury. After all, the Xie clan had dominated the upper 3 heavens for thousands of years. How strong was its heritage? It was simply unrealistic for Chu Yang to want to empty out everything in one go. It didn't matter if he had no money. After all, Chu Yang had other means. Young Master Xie. Chu Yang suddenly stopped and looked at Xie Danqiong. Xie Danqiong was holding the golden notes in his bosom. "Brother Chu, are you short of money?" Xie Danqiong smiled. He had obviously sensed Chu Yang's difficulties. "That's right. So, I want to ask if the Xie clan would be interested in something I have." Chu Yang smiled meaningfully. "I don't know what treasure Brother Chu has." Xie Danqiong chuckled and said, "Brother Chu, you don't have to be like this. Just tell me what you like. You can pay me later. I believe in Brother Chu's credibility." "What credibility do I have?" Chu Yang thought to himself, "I've only been here for 3 days to 1 month, and I already have credibility. Why didn't I know about it? I have a piece of mysterious jade ice crystal." Chu Yang looked at the three of them meaningfully. "I want to exchange it for some silver." Mysterious jade ice crystal? Xie Danqiong was dumbfounded. The golden notes in his bosom fell to the ground with a schwa-schwa sound. Xie Qingma and Xie Qingyan's eyes also bulged out of their sockets. The Xie family's martial arts took the soft and gentle path. The mysterious jade ice crystal was a supreme treasure that could greatly enhance one's martial arts. Furthermore, if he wore the mysterious jade ice crystal while cultivating, there was no possibility of him going berserk. This was something that the Xie family hadn't been able to find for over 1,000 years, something that they had been longing for over 1,000 years. It's the crystal core. Chu Yang smiled and added 3 more words. "Mysterious jade ice crystal core? Do you really have one? Let me have a look." However, it wasn't one of Xie Danqiong and his 2 nephews who had spoken these words. Instead, it was an old man who had suddenly appeared. His beard and beard were all white. He was thin and withered. His entire body couldn't be cut into pieces. This old man suddenly appeared in front of Chu Yang. His eyes were emitting a divine light of desire. "Ancestor." Xie Danqiong was startled. The old man who had arrived was the ancestor of the Xie family. He was Xie Zhiqiu, who had lived for 400 to 500 years. In fact, even Xie Danqiong didn't know how profound his cultivation was. This is a martial emperor. He's also the one who has been using his divine sense to lock onto you. Moreover, it seems that he has been stuck in this bottleneck for more than 100 years. I'm afraid he'll reach his limit if he can't break through to the monarch level in a few decades. Sword Spirit softly said in Chu Yang's mind. The mysterious jade ice crystal is a treasure that he can use to break through the bottleneck. No wonder you were willing to take out the mysterious jade ice crystal. So, you're targeting this old man, Chu Yang said in his heart. He finally understood why Sword Spirit had calmly reminded him not to be anxious. So I was fishing for this big fish. Of course. Sword Spirit mischievously smiled. Xie Zhiqiu ignored Xie Danqiong and the other 2 people. His eyes were firmly fixed on Chu Yang. This movement immediately attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the Xie clan. The higher-ups who had been paying attention to this place appeared one after another in an instant. I naturally have the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. However, I naturally want a suitable price for it. Chu Yang faintly smiled and said, "Otherwise, young clan lord Du Shao had invited me to take a look at his clan's treasure house. You take it out first. This old man can assure you that I can give you a price beyond your expectations as long as you have it." Xie Zhiqiu ignored the salutes of the Xie clan's people. He only stared at Chu Yang and said, "All right." Chu Yang knew that it would be counterproductive to keep such people in suspense for a long time. He flipped his palm, and a fist-sized core of the mysterious jade ice crystal appeared in his hand. Suddenly, a cool and refreshing feeling appeared in the treasure house. It was a kind of cool and refreshing feeling that could calm one's soul. It seemed that no matter how agitated one's mood was, It would restore absolute tranquility under this cool and refreshing feeling. Dozens of gazes were fixed on Chu Yang's hand at the same time. It was a piece of jade that was as clear as water. It was exuding a gentle radiance. Xie Zhiqiu's eyes were fixed on it. His entire body was somewhat trembling. This is it. This is it. I can't be wrong. This is it. I can break through to the monarch level as long as I have this. Moreover, the entire Xia clan's martial arts will take a big step forward because of this. Can I take a look at it? Xie Zhiqiu rubbed his hands. Chu Yang faintly smiled and handed over the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. He sighed with emotion in his heart. The Xie clan was a famous clan in the three heavens. It could be considered a super clan in the three heavens, whether it was in terms of financial resources or military strength. However, there was one thing that was worthy of praise: the upbringing of the Xie clan. The upbringing of the Xie clan was the strictest in the three heavens. The reaction of the Xie clan's people was beyond Chu Yang's expectations when they saw this peerless treasure that could directly affect the life and death of the entire Xie clan. Chu Yang had already made a plan. In fact, he had even compressed his consciousness. His divine sense was also ready to move into the tribulation space at any time. So, the sword spirit would immediately take over Chu Yang's body as long as there was any abnormal movement. Then, the sword spirit would unleash the full power of the tribulation sword and annihilate the Xie clan. Chu Yang wasn't a kind person. He wasn't stupid either. How could he take out such a precious treasure without any precautions? However, 17 people of the Xie clan had come in. Their eyes were flickering with greed and possessiveness. Moreover, only 5 of them had a murderous intention in their eyes. Most of them were shocked and pleasantly surprised. They were obviously greedy, but they weren't disgusted. It would have been abnormal if they hadn't been greedy after seeing such a precious treasure. This made Chu Yang praise them in his heart. The sword spirit had clearly seen the reactions of the Xie clan's people. He had analyzed them thoroughly. Xie Zhiqiu held the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. He felt that his somewhat withered meridians had regained their vitality. He took a deep breath and regained his composure. Little brother, you hastily took out such a precious treasure. Aren't you afraid that this old man will take it for himself or kill you for money? There are always risks in life. Chu Yang smiled warmly. You must pay your sincere heart if you want to make friends. It can only be said that you took a gamble and lost if you get injured because of it. But you'll have a lifetime of trust and reliability if you don't get injured. Gain and loss are equal in fact. I'm afraid, but I can't not gamble. Good, good, good. Xie Zhiqiu looked at him with rapt attention for a long while. Then he suddenly burst into laughter. He turned his head and said, You should know the importance of this thing to our Xie clan. The other people of the Xie clan repeatedly nodded as they listened to their old ancestors' lecture. Little brother, our Xie clan can't disappoint you since you've taken it out. Xie Zhiqiu said, This old man might as well tell you that this thing is a precious treasure in your hands. But it's an opportunity for a meteoric rise in our Xie clan. He looked at the hidden treasure house and said, This hidden treasure house is yours. Everything inside will be used to exchange for your core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. Everything will be used to exchange for your sincerity. You can take whatever you want from my Xie clan in the future. There's no harm in taking it. We won't charge you even the slightest bit of reward. He turned around in a dignified manner and said, Dan Qiong, did you hear that? Yes, old ancestor. Xie Dan Qiong respectfully nodded. This is too hasty, right? Senior, you might as well consider it carefully. Chu Yang was startled. He hadn't expected that he would receive such an important promise in exchange. This promise and this exchange had made Chu Yang feel restless in his heart. You may not know what you've taken out, but This old man can tell you that you've taken out the future of our Xie clan. Xie Zhiqiu solemnly said, Our Xie clan has always respected people 10 times as much as they respect us. If someone cripples us with a finger, we take their life. We clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. Moreover, you've taken out such a precious thing. We can't repay you, Xie Zhiqiu solemnly said. To be honest, this old man still feels that it's not worthy of the value of this core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. It's priceless. So that's how it is, Chuyang solemnly said. This junior needs these things since Elder Xie has said so. It would be impolite to refuse. But I'll certainly repay you generously in the future. This was the first time that Chuyang had said the words, I'll certainly repay you generously in the future. Perhaps it would have been nothing more than empty words if someone else had said it. However, Chuyang's words were tantamount to making a promise. Moreover, the value of this promise was something that the current Xie clan couldn't even dream of. Perhaps the Xie clan felt that they had gained a big advantage. However, Chuyang knew that he was the one who had gained a big advantage. Chapter 478. Both sides felt cordial since they had spoken to this point. The Xie clan's people became enthusiastic and helped Chuyang to move the things out of the tent one by one. Gu Duxing's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Crap! Did Big Brother move the entire Xie clan? He saw that Chuyang's tent had been piled up like a mountain. So he had no choice but to tidy up the other 2 tents as well. Brother Chu, how are you going to move so many things? Xie Danqiong accompanied Chuyang out and said, I will prepare a few carriages for you. No need. I have my own way, Chuyang smiled and replied. Xie Danqiong handed over a thick stack of gold notes while speaking. Brother Chu, take this and use it. What are you doing? Chuyang asked in astonishment. Brother Chu has given our Xie clan a great fortune. The old ancestor has said that he will use the entire treasury in exchange for your mysterious jade ice crystal core. So, this money is naturally yours. We can't take it, Xie Danqiong was very firm. Chuyang was really helpless this time. I can take advantage of others, but I can't take advantage of others like this, right? Xie Danqiong couldn't help but laugh when he saw that Chuyang was in a difficult position. He said, Brother Chu, I know that you feel somewhat apologetic in your heart, but you want these things to forge weapons. Haha, to be honest, I'm very curious whether you can forge them or not. Wouldn't it be better if you give me one if you can forge them? He patted Chuyang's shoulder and said, Besides, we still have a long way to go in the future. You want to go to the O clan. The O clan's treasury isn't any worse than ours. So, you will need to bring the banknotes with you. Huh. Chuyang's mind turned at lightning speed. He took the banknotes and said in a free and easy manner, I won't be polite since Brother Xie has said so. However, he had made up his mind. I won't let the Xie clan pay this money in vain. Brother Xie, can I take a look at your famous concealed weapon, the viburnum flower? Chuyang asked with interest. Xie Danqiong was startled. He smiled and said, Why not? He took out his weapon as he spoke. He sighed and said, Unfortunately, my viburnum flower hasn't reached the great level yet. Oh! Chuyang looked at these 2 petal-like things and pondered with rapt attention. There was a mechanism on the petals that seemed to cause the sharp petals to spin rapidly, forming an indestructible storm that would destroy all enemies in front of it. Xie Danqiong demonstrated for a while and said, That's it. But the secret book I've obtained is somewhat incomplete. Its might isn't small at present, but I still feel that my strength isn't sufficient. So I can't display its full potential. What viburnum flower? It turns out to be the soul-seizing flower blade. The sword spirit said disdainfully, "You know about this thing?" Chu Yang asked in surprise. This is the famous weapon of the soul-seizing flower fairy 20,000 years ago. Once the soul-seizing blade is used, all the flowers in the world will lose their color. In a field of colorful rain of flowers, the enemy will be beheaded. It was the #1 hidden weapon at that time. But this Xie Gai's training is completely wrong. The sword spirit snorted. "Why would I know? I personally developed this thing when I was following the 7th master of Calamity Sword, and I gave it to that guy as a gift to please his concubine. That soul-seizing flower fairy was that guy's concubine. So, do you think I don't know about it?" Chu Yang was shocked. "Ah, so do you still have this thing?" The sword spirit rolled his eyes. "Do you want it?" "Nonsense. I can make it in a moment. But this soul-seizing flower blade is a woman's weapon. But this little guy is clearly a man's weapon. I'm afraid it won't be easy to master it." The sword spirit looked at Xie Danqiong and said, "That's his business." Chu Yang said slowly, "As long as he has the heart, the feminine can also transform into the masculine." The sword spirit's eyes lit up and he said, "The feminine can also transform into the masculine. So, you and I will help him. Whether he succeeds or not depends on his good fortune." Xie Danqiong saw that Chu Yang was holding his viburnum flower and pondering. So, he couldn't help but feel strange. He asked, "Brother Chu, is there something wrong?" Chu Yang woke up from his contemplation and said, "It's not wrong. But when I saw Brother Xie's viburnum flower, I suddenly found it somewhat familiar. I had obtained these 2 things some time ago, and they were somewhat similar to Brother Xie's viburnum flower. But they weren't exactly the same, really?" Xie Danqiong's eyes lit up. "Brother Xie, please wait for a moment. I will go in and take them out," Chu Yang said apologetically. Then he slipped out of the room and went into his tent. He wasn't going to take them out. Instead, he was going to use some time to let the sword spirit make them. Chu Yang returned after a short while. Xie Danqiong looked at him in astonishment. Chu Yang took out 2 bud-like things from his bosom and said, "Brother Xie, please take a look." "These are the things." Xie Danqiong couldn't wait to take them. He turned them over and over and looked at them. Then he pressed the mechanism below with his hand. The petals suddenly scattered. They looked dreamy and illusory. However, the edges of each petal was shining with a sharp edge. It seemed as if a demon from hell had suddenly drilled out and was blinking its eyes. Xie Danqiong's expression became more and more excited as he looked at them. In the end, his hand started to tremble. "Viburnum flower. This is the real viburnum flower." Xie Danqiong grabbed Chu Yang's hand and said, "Brother Chu, where did you get this thing?" "This? I got it from an ancient tomb." Chu Yang said with difficulty, "I remember that there was also a piece of gold leaf with the cultivation method engraved on it. But I thought that this thing was too feminine, so I didn't practice it." "Gold leaf? Cultivation method engraved on it?" Xie Danqiong almost fainted. This shocking news had made him so excited that he had forgotten how to make an excited expression. "Brother Xie, do you like it?" Chu Yang pretended to be pretentious. He had made up his mind to give it to Xie Danqiong. However, he still needed to go through the process. After all, he still needed to justify himself. This was a lie. "Like it. I like it very much." Xie Danqiong's eyes contained a pleading look. "Brother Chu, this may be the biggest opportunity in my life." "Yes, this is it." The sword spirit had finished engraving the gold leaf at this time. This urgent work was indeed very tiring. Then the sword spirit passed the message in his mind. I can only give him the first part of the cultivation method. His current cultivation is not enough. If he practices the second and third parts, I'm afraid that he will die under this soul-seizing flower blade in a few days." Chuyang nodded silently. He took out the gold leaf and said, "Brother Xia, take a look and see if this is useful." He hadn't finished speaking when Xia Danqiong had already snatched it away. He looked at it eagerly. After a long time, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Chuyang with a look that made Chuyang's hair stand on end. Then he suddenly shouted and rushed forward to hug Chuyang tightly. He used so much strength that even Chuyang felt suffocated. Brother Chu, you are my biggest benefactor." Xia Danqiong's eyes were brimming with tears. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. This is the most complete viburnum flower and the most complete cultivation method of viburnum flower. Chuyang struggled. "It's good that it's complete. Let me go first." "I won't let you go." Xia Danqiong was almost jumping with joy as he hugged Chuyang. He held King of Hell, Chu, so tightly that his eyes rolled back. He suddenly realized that this was inconsistent with his usual elegant image. He embarrassedly released Chuyang and turned his head to look around. He saw that everyone in the Xia clan was looking at him as if they were looking at a monster. Xia Danqiong scratched his head. He was somewhat embarrassed. His handsome face turned red. "Brother Chu, I'm sorry. I was too excited. I couldn't control myself." "It's okay. I understand." Chuyang smiled and nodded. He secretly rubbed his shoulder with his right hand. He thought in his heart, "You are too excited, but you are always hugging me. My shoulder is almost dislocated. Brother Chu, this is mine?" Xia Danqiong tightly grasped the viburnum flower and the gold leaf. He looked at Chuyang cautiously and somewhat apprehensively. "Yes." Chuyang nodded. Xia Danqiong almost cheered. He wanted to rush forward and hug Chuyang again. However, he tried hard to control himself. He didn't lose his self-control, but his handsome face had already turned red. Chuyang took 2 steps back. He looked at Xia Danqiong vigilantly. "Don't hug me. I won't be able to bear it if you hug me again." Xia Danqiong danced with joy as he went home. He repeatedly said, "I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. I must be drunk." He also said, "Brother Chu, I didn't treat you well if you don't get drunk. I won't treat you well. But getting you drunk is my greatest sincerity. Is this guy crazy?" GMO looked at Xia Danqiong's appearance. He was confused. Could it be that Big Brother Chu emptied his house? And that's why he went crazy? I think so too. Luo Ku Di's complexion was profound. His eyes were deep. There are some signs of that. I remember that there is a kind of disease called epilepsy. Xia Danqiong may be this kind of patient. He's so pitiful. GMO nodded. I also think so. Luo Ku Di nodded. He's like second brother Gu. He's a little dumb. I feel the same. GMO felt that Luo Ku Di had spoken his mind. Both of you get lost. Gu Duxing flew into a rage. With a kick, both of them flew into the air. The Xia clan held a big banquet that evening. All the high-level members of the Xia clan attended. Even Xia Zhiqiu, who had been living in seclusion for more than 100 years, attended this event for the first time. Xia Zhiqiu announced the alliance between the Xia clan and Minister Chu before the banquet began. He clearly stated that Chuyang would be an irreplaceable ally of the Xia clan from now on. The Xia clan didn't need to care about any theory or right or wrong as long as it was related to Chuyang. They would clearly stand on Chuyang's side. This decision was obviously somewhat crazy. However, Xia Zhiqiu knew that Chuyang was worth it after he saw the viburnum flower and the mysterious jade ice crystal core. This friendship was worth it. It was worth the Xia clan's effort. Gu Duxing and the others knew that the Xia clan of the Three Heavens would advance and retreat with them from now on. This was tantamount to saying that Chuyang's goal had taken a big step forward. They didn't know how Chuyang had done it, but they felt that their future was getting brighter and brighter. Chapter 479. It was a night of revelry. Siet Dan Cheong had almost gone crazy on this night. He had pulled Chu Yang to a drinking contest. One cup after another and one jar after another, Siet Dan Cheong's goal was very obvious: to get Chu Yang drunk. Only by getting Chu Yang drunk could he show his sincerity, his gratitude, and his sincerity. God knows how this thought came to be. Chu Yang had just dealt with a round of people urging him to drink when he saw Siet Dan Cheong walking drunkenly. Siet Dan Cheong's eyes were slanted as he staggered over. His handsome face was full of drunkenness that could make a girl jealous. "Come, come, come, Brother Chu, let's drink." He was burping nonstop, but his heroic spirit hadn't diminished. "It won't do if you don't drink." Siet Dan Cheong was somewhat tongue-tied. "This is my secret wine. It's mixed with immortal intoxication. You can't force it out with spiritual power. Come, 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 drink this cup. Drink this bowl. Drink this jar, drink this jar. I didn't treat you well if you don't get drunk." Chu Yang was dumbfounded. "Is there such a thing? You didn't treat me well if I don't get drunk? Well, who's afraid of you if you want to drink?" Chu Yang was full of heroic spirit. He suddenly stood up and shouted, "Good, let's drink. Let's see how much I can drink today. I'm going to single-handedly challenge the Siet clan. I didn't drink if you don't get drunk." These words had thoroughly ignited the conflict. Everyone from the Siet clan was stunned. Then they flew into a rage. "What did I just hear? This fellow actually wants to compete with our entire family in drinking? Drink him to death. Kill him. Drink him to death. Everyone, let's go together. Line up. The banquet will be over when we get him drunk. Let's go." Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, GMO, and Luo Kadi had also suffered since Chu Yang had said these words. A few old emperor-level experts had drunk faces as they caught these youngsters. "Drink. You don't want to drink? Why don't you try?" It didn't take long. Ji Mo's head heavily fell on the table with a bang sound. Then he slid down the table like mud. His entire body slid down the table like a snake and lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. After a while, Luo Kadi had foolishly started to hum. Then he shouted 3 times in a row, "Awoo! Awoo! Ow wow!" He fell to the ground with a thud, unconscious. After a while, Dong Wushang laughed heartily. He downed 3 jars in a row and collapsed on his back. At the same time, Gu Duxing snuck under the table without a word and started snoring. Mo Qingwu's little loli jumped left and right, exclaiming, "Wow! Brother Mo has fallen! Wow! Brother Little Wolf is also down! Wow! Brother Wushang is drunk! Wow! Brother Duxing is snoring! Wow! Brother Chu Yang is still drinking." The spirit of the Siet clan's people was roused when they saw that Chu Yang was the only one left. Although the Mo clan had sacrificed many experts of the Wine Kingdom in order to indoctrinate Gu Duxing and a few others, they still had the advantage in numbers. However, there was one thing that everyone couldn't understand. This King of Hell Chu is like an extra-large wine vat. No matter how much he drank, he wouldn't get drunk. King of Hell Chu started to get drunk not long after the banquet had started. His eyes were slanted, and he was on the verge of collapsing. But he was still on the verge of collapsing. Even after drinking for so long, he was still on the verge of collapsing. How much did he drink? "Bring more wine." Minister Chu shouted, "Bring more wine." Minister Chu shouted again, "He's the watermark of setting sail. Damn it, bring all the wine." The Siet clan's people shouted in unison, "One at a time, don't mess around." Minister Chu maintained order. "Come, come, come. Siet Dan Cheong, I will start with you. I will drink you down one by one. Come, everyone who is drunk, move them over there and lie down in an orderly manner." Siet Dan Cheong's nose and mouth were full of wine. He murmured, "I will drink you to death." Then he fell down with a thud. Then another person came up. Chu Yang downed 3 jars in a row with a bang 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 sound. Then people came up one after another. Minister Chu didn't refuse anyone. He drank all the wine. Everyone in the Siak clan felt a chill in their hearts. Drinking like this, is he still a human? Crap, he drank 30 or 40 pounds. Minister Chu's alcohol tolerance wasn't good. This wasn't a secret in Butian Pavilion of Iron Cloud. He would get angry if he drank a little more than 2 or 3 pounds. But the problem was the sword spirit had made a big wine jar in the tribulation space. He was helplessly looking at the cups and jars of wine. It was like the Milky Way. It was unceasingly pouring into the big wine jar. It was almost full, therefore he made an extra large one. The sword spirit forced a smile. How can he get drunk like this? He can't get drunk even if he drinks all the wine in the world. This is bullying. However, the people of the Siak clan were drinking the wine one after another. Midnight. Minister Chu roared, "Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else?" All around them, there was a mess of bodies. The only one who wasn't drunk was the ancestor of the Siak clan, Xia Zhiqiu. Xia Zhiqiu forced a smile and slipped away on tiptoe. "I'm so old. I won't go crazy with this bunch of youngsters. Look at this. I'll be in vain if I go up against them." The servants of the Siak clan kept quiet out of fear. They looked at King of Hell Chu as if they were looking at an immortal. Crap. There's no justice in this world. Dozens of people were at the level of a wine immortal, but they were all knocked out by him. And they were still clamoring. I've never heard of such a pervert since ancient times. This isn't ordinary wine. It's mixed with immortal intoxication. It's a wine that can intoxicate a soul. They looked at Chu Yang. This guy can't be judged by common sense. Chu Yang shouted a few times. Then he finally swayed twice and fell down with a bang sound. He then whispered, "Bring the wine." The minister was drunk. In fact, he was drunk after drinking one. 5 liters of wine. He was just trying his best not to fall down. Now that his mind was relaxed, the effect of the immortal intoxication took effect. And he couldn't stand. The sword spirit looked at the 4 jars full of wine in the tribulation space. He couldn't help but force a smile. Each jar has 50 liters of wine, right? This guy drank so much, but his belly didn't bulge. How could the Siak clan's people not see it? It was a mess at that time. Who had the time to look at Chu Yang's belly? They just drank. The sword spirit sighed and made a cup. Then he drank a cup out of curiosity. He suddenly felt dizzy. He swayed twice and cursed. Fuck, the soul is intoxicated, his grandmother. The sword spirit also fell down. The immortal intoxication targeted the soul. The sword spirit was a wisp of a remnant soul, so he bore the brunt of it. Therefore, the sword spirit gloriously fell down. With 1 cup, he started to snore. The next day, Chu Yang sleepily opened his eyes. He shook his head twice and felt a little dizzy. Why is it so fragrant? A small head came over from the side. "Brother Chu Yang, you're awake." It was Mo Qingwu. She was wearing thin pajamas. She popped her head out of the quilt, like a kitten, and looked at him with concern. "Qingwu, why are you here?" Chu Yang shook his head. He was still confused. "Why are you in my quilt? You're drunk. I was afraid that you would feel uncomfortable last night, so I slept with you." The little girl actually knew how to be shy. "Brother Chu Yang, you're so bad. You've scratched my butt until it's swollen. And this is my quilt, not yours." Ah. Chu Yang was shocked. He suddenly sat up and saw that his upper body was naked. He couldn't help but be shocked. He hurriedly turned to ask Mo Qingwu, "I didn't do anything, right?" He kept praying in his heart, "Please don't do anything outrageous. Qingwu is still so young." "Do what?" Mo Qingwu opened her eyes and looked at him in confusion. "Do what?" Chu Yang blinked, and black lines appeared on his forehead. How to explain? "You didn't do anything?" Mo Qingwu curiously blinked her big eyes. I didn't drink too much." Chu Yang opened his eyes awkwardly. Then he suddenly had an idea and said, "I'm so thirsty. You didn't drink too much?" "Humph, you stunk all night." And Mo Ching wrinkled her little nose. "Wait, I'll get you some water." She walked barefooted and nimbly ran to get the water bag. Chu Yang looked and let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like I didn't do anything last night. I'm finally relieved." After gulping down a few mouthfuls of water, Chu Yang was about to get up and put on his clothes. Little Wu, you go out first. Big brother Chu Yang needs to put on his clothes. Go ahead. Little Luo rested her chin on her hands. You're here. It's inconvenient. Chu Yang was speechless. What's inconvenient about it? And Mo Ching Wu was very disdainful. She wrinkled her little nose. Just wear yours. Chu Yang was helpless. Suddenly, he thought of a very important question. Last night, who took off my clothes for me? Of course it was me. Little Luo felt a sense of accomplishment, and with pride she said, Other than me, who else could it be? Minister Chu's face instantly turned red. Looks like I'm naked. And no clothes? There's even a pair of shorts. And Mo Ching Wu looked at Chu Yang and suddenly giggled. Big brother Chu Yang, are you shy? Looking at Mo Ching Wu's pure eyes, Chu Yang suddenly felt ashamed. Yes, this little girl doesn't know anything. She's serving me sincerely. What's there to be shy about? I'm still thinking too dirty. Lifting the blanket, he got out of bed graciously and smiled. Where are my clothes? Mo Ching Wu covered her nose and scurried out. Big brother Chu Yang, I have to say, your feet. Last night I almost died from the smell. Now that you've lifted the blanket, why are your feet so smelly? Minister Chu, who was wearing shorts, was stunned like a wooden chicken. After a while, he let out a strange cry. I was drunk last night and didn't wash my feet when Chu Yang finished packing and came out of the door. And Mo Ching Wu immediately darted into the tent nimbly, carried the blanket out, and put it under the sun to dry. And Mo Ching Wu tied a rope between the two trees. Then she skillfully draped the quilt over the rope. She looked left and right to make sure that no one was around. Then she sneakily moved her small nose towards the quilt and sniffed it. She wrinkled her brows and covered her nose. Oh, it stinks! Chapter 480. Looking at this petite figure busying herself, Chu Yang couldn't help but fall into a trance. It was as if he had returned to his previous life. When the two of them were together, the first thing Mo Ching Wu did every morning when she woke up was to dry the quilt. If it was a cloudy day with no sun, it would definitely be the most troublesome time for Mo Ching Wu. And every time she dried the quilt, she would definitely lean over and smell it. Then she would gently scold him with a smile. Oh, so smelly! Looking at Mo Ching Wu doing the same thing under the sun as in his previous life, Chu Yang suddenly felt warm in his heart. Ching Wu, so nice. Life with you, so nice. Facing the bright sunlight, he smiled brightly. His eyes were filled with happiness. When Gu Duxing and the others groaned and crawled out of the tent, they saw this warmth. They couldn't help but stand quietly at the side, afraid to disturb them. He was afraid that he would disturb this tranquility. As he watched, GMO suddenly had a brainwave. Then he turned pale with fright. He suddenly let out a strange cry and widened his eyes in disbelief. He hurriedly reached out to cover his mouth. Luo Kadi asked, What's wrong? No, nothing? Second Master Ji shook his head dizzily. Suddenly, he raised his hand and slapped himself twice in a row. He scolded in annoyance. You unhealthy GMO. GMO, your head is filled with dirty thoughts. What's wrong? Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang also came over curiously. The four heads immediately squeezed together. I was thinking too much. GMO was a little embarrassed. The three of them were even more curious. What are you thinking about? I was thinking. GMO lowered his voice. Boss has always been straightforward with women. Could it be that he has long taken a liking to little Wu? This is a little unreliable. Boss shouldn't be such a beast, right? Don't you think so? After GMO finished speaking, he was ready to be beaten. In his mind, he would definitely be scolded for being ridiculous and then attacked by the group. But what he didn't expect was that Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang actually touched their chins and pondered for a long time. The two of them looked at each other and said in a low voice at the same time, "A little beastly, huh?" Then, at the same time, they looked at Chu Yang, who was standing there with a silly grin on his face, and then at the petite and adorable Mo Qinggu. Once again, they said at the same time, "What a beast!" GMO was also startled. He stuttered, "Could it be that you also think so?" The two nodded. "It's not impossible." Luo Kadi was stunned. After a while, he stuttered, "Don't tell me that in the future we have to call this little girl sister-in-law?" "This still needs to be observed," Gu Duxing said deeply. "It needs to be verified." Dong Wushang pondered. "I think it's about time." GMO opened his eyes wide. Luo Kadi let out a miserable shriek. "Stop talking about this topic for the time being," Gu Duxing said sternly. "No one is allowed to talk about it in the future. Do you understand?" "Yes," Luo Kadi said excitedly. "We only need to watch. At the same time, I can also learn how the boss seduced the little girl. How to seduce the little girl, how to—" Xie Danqiong walked over with a pale complexion. His mouth was still reeking of alcohol. He said, Brother Chu, you're not a human. I still have a headache." "How? Could it be that the boss last night—" GMO and the other three opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Xie Danqiong wanted to cry. "He drank us to the point of collapse." The four of them turned their heads in amazement and looked at Chu Yang. Suddenly, Luo Kadi exclaimed emotionally, "This is a god. The Xie clan was completely wiped out in the battle last night. The old guys shrank in their rooms and didn't come out. How shameful. The entire clan was drinking with one person, and they were all drunk to the point of collapse? Where can I put my old face? It can't be helped. Xie Danqiong is the young clan lord. Moreover, everyone unanimously believes that you're the one who benefits the most. If you don't go out to entertain them, who will entertain them? Therefore, Xie Danqiong shamelessly came out. Brother Xie, you're up so early?" Chu Yang's face was full of sunshine. He looked refreshed and calm as he stood in front of Xie Danqiong. "You're really beyond my expectations." Xie Danqiong's face turned red. He smelled the alcohol in his mouth, and then looked at Chu Yang's clean and neat clothes. There was no need to mention this shame and awkwardness. Why is the gap between people so big? They finally set out again in the afternoon. Xie Danqiong still needed to prepare. He needed to familiarize himself with the soul-seizing flower blade. Therefore, he didn't travel with the others, and reluctantly said goodbye. The old guys of the Xie clan also shyly came out to see them off. They were embarrassed when they saw Chu Yang. Everyone made a decision in their hearts. I won't drink with this guy in the future, even if I'm beaten to death. I'll run away as long as I see him drinking. It's too sad. The experts of the Xie clan looked at Chu Yang and his brothers as they carried 500 kilograms of star iron on their backs and hurried on with their journey. Their faces were heavy and thoughtful. It could be said that the Xie clan had entered a period of rapid development with the core of the mysterious jade ice crystal. However, there was always a limit. Treasure, it's obviously a treasure. But a man can't become an expert if he doesn't have perseverance and perseverance. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, and the others have taught us a lesson with their actions. Who would have been so desperate to practice martial arts at such a young age if they had been an ordinary young expert? This is just hurrying on with the journey. Danqiong, you must work hard. Xie Zhiging softly sighed. He looked at the silhouettes of those people who had already disappeared. He then said in a heavy voice, "This is called practicing martial arts. Compared to them, your training in the past can be said to be just a game." Xia Danqiong's face was full of shame as he replied, "Yes." At the same time, he steeled his heart. "I won't fall behind you." Suddenly, the experts of the Xia clan exclaimed in shock, "Huh? Why are they traveling empty-handed? What happened to those things that they took yesterday?" Everyone woke up at the same time. They looked towards the place where the Gu clan had set up camp. They saw that it was completely empty. There was nothing there. Everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. How did they do it? Chu Yang and the others rushed for 500 kilometers in one breath. The sky was already full of stars, so they stopped to set up camp. That night, Chu Yang began to circulate his martial power. The forging materials were piled up like a mountain inside the tribulation space. The sword point shook its head and wagged its tail as it entered the space. Chu Yang checked the medicinal herbs. They were also sent by the Xia clan. There was a big pile of them. They weren't particularly precious, but there were still a lot of heavenly treasures. Then he instructed Scratching Spirit to watch the sword point's absorption. Then he went to meditate. Scratching Spirit obviously didn't dare to relax. The sword point was like a little thief that couldn't be guarded against. The sword point would absorb all his good things if he didn't take good care of it. Chu Yang felt that his bottleneck had loosened that night. So he seized the time to make a breakthrough. He wasn't the only one. Gu Duxing and the others also had the same feeling. The main reason was that they had been hurrying on the road with heavy weights for 8 consecutive days. They had gotten used to it, but they had thoroughly relaxed in the Xia clan for a day. And this day was very important. The results of their training were reflected after they had thoroughly relaxed. The suppressed spirit qi was like 100 rivers converging into the sea, converging into a stream of spirit qi and rushing into his meridians. The 10 king level experts of the Gu clan simultaneously felt a burst of dense spirit energy hovering over their encampment. It became more and more violent and formed a whirlwind of spirit energy. The spirit energy from all directions converged in this silent night. It was like 100 rivers converging into the sea. It was whistling and gathering in this place. The spirit energy in this area slowly became so dense that it was almost viscous. In fact, those with low cultivation couldn't even breathe in this place. The spirit energy gathered like dense clouds without rain. It gathered and gathered again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hiss! A king-level expert of the Gu clan sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He couldn't believe it. His mouth and eyes were crooked. 5 people are about to make a breakthrough at the same time, and each of them is a king-level expert. This is simply a dream. There was no need for him to say anything. The other king-level experts had also discovered this situation. One of the senior king-level experts shouted in a low voice, "Quiet! Everyone, scatter and protect with all your strength. You can't make the slightest noise at this time." With a whoosh sound, the 10 people scattered in all directions. They vigilantly looked at the surrounding night, but they felt that the excitement in their hearts was getting more and more intense. In fact, it felt as if they were overturning rivers and seas. 5 youngsters, breakthrough at the same time. Such brothers, such age, such strength. Finally, the vortex in the middle suddenly issued a slight sound of exploding spirit energy. Then it fiercely scattered with a whoosh sound. Then it fiercely gathered again and rapidly spiraled downwards. It issued a hissing sound. The density of the spirit energy was so dense that it even emitted a clear light green color. Phew! Gu Duxing slowly stood up with a long exhalation. He opened his eyes, and 2 sharp, sword-like rays of light shot out of them. The king-level expert of the Gu clan, who was opposite him, happened to see this. He only felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed as if two blades had suddenly reached his throat. He was injured upon contact. So he didn't dare to move. Third grade Sword King. Gu Duxing couldn't help but feel excited in his heart. I finally made a breakthrough. Then he looked at the other 4 people with a gaze full of concern. The second person to make a breakthrough was Dong Wushang. When Dong Wushang broke through, the spirit energy in the air poured into his meridians. Then the crisscrossing saber energy fiercely dispersed from his entire body. It cut through the air and issued a sound of tearing silk. It seemed as if it was real. Third grade Saber King. Dong Wushang stood up next. He and Gu Duxing stood on the left and right to protect their brothers. The king-level experts of the Gu clan felt as if they were dreaming. They saw a Sword King and a Saber King breaking through at the same time. There was actually such a thing in the world. After a while, Luo Kudi and GMO stood up at the same time. They had broken through. Only the largest vortex was left in the sky. It was still spiraling endlessly. The spirit energy from all directions was still rushing in like moths to a flame. All the plants within a radius of several thousand feet were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chu Yang's breakthrough required a terrifying amount of spiritual energy. Unexpectedly, it required such a huge amount of spiritual energy. Gu Duxing and the others looked at each other in dismay. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Chapter 481. Slowly, a terrifying vortex of spirit energy formed in the sky. It was visible to the naked eye and was slowly churning. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They slowly retreated and stopped 200 feet away from the vortex. The spirit energy from all directions madly rushed over and joined the vortex. In the end, it had already formed a tangible flow of spiritual energy. It was like green smoke that suddenly floated in the air. Strands and wisps of spiritual energy flew in like moths to a flame. The rotation of the vortex gradually accelerated. It was like a huge machine that was slowly starting up. Then it gradually accelerated and became faster and faster. The tip of the vortex slowly turned downwards and formed a huge funnel shape. Its tip was pointing downwards, and its target was Chu Yang's Baihui acupoint. The spirit energy from all directions is gathering like smoke. It suffocates for 100 miles. It doesn't dare to speak to the monarch. A king-level expert of the Gu clan looked at Chu Yang in shock. He couldn't believe it and softly exclaimed, "This is a phenomenon that can only occur when a monarch-level expert breaks through. A monarch-level expert's vortex has appeared when a king-level expert breaks through. This, am I dreaming?" The 10 king-level experts suddenly turned pale. The momentum of Gu Duxing and the others' breakthroughs had already far surpassed that of an ordinary king-level expert. Especially Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang's breakthroughs, 1 saber and 1 sword king. Their momentum was even more frightening. And now, the last one was even more abnormal. Moreover, these people were sworn brothers. With such aptitude, how terrifying would it be if all of them grew up and became fully fledged? Gu Duxing and the others also looked at each other in amazement. The momentum of a monarch-level expert's breakthrough? The speed of the vortex of spirit energy in the sky finally accelerated under everyone's gaze. An ear-piercing whooshing sound resounded. An entire vortex turned green. Then it suddenly shrank and started to rotate in the opposite direction. Finally, it shrank downwards. From the tip of the funnel downwards, it disappeared into Chu Yang's Baihui acupoint at an unparalleled speed. Chu Yang's body suddenly issued a violent explosion. His robe fluttered in the air. Mo Qingwu was standing the furthest away. She felt a sudden rush of air. She couldn't help but feel suffocated. She stretched out her hand in a panic and felt as if she had caught something. She then opened her eyes and looked at her hand. She saw that it was a fragment of a black robe. There was a strand of long black hair fluttering in this fragment of black robe, just like a person's yearning. How could there be a woman's long hair on Chu Yang's clothes? Furthermore, from the looks of it, it was clearly sewn into the black robe, as if he didn't want anyone to know about it. What was going on? The aura of a breakthrough spread out. Thousands of strands of sharp sword chi flew in all directions and disappeared without a trace with a green glow. Third grade Sword King. Another Sword King had broken through. The 10 king-level experts of the Gu clan looked at each other in amazement. It's rare to see a king of saber and sword in a few decades, but 3 of them have appeared in one go today. Breakthrough! GMO shouted excitedly. He was about to rush forward to celebrate when Dong Wushang grabbed him. Don't move! Everyone had also discovered the abnormality. Chu Yang had broken through, but he was still sitting there without moving. Moreover, the dense aura of his whole body hadn't been withdrawn. The huge aura of his surroundings was still revolving around him. The spirit energy was slowly rotating in midair. It seemed as if it's forming a new cyclone. Everyone looked at it blankly. What's going on? They had never seen such a strange phenomenon since ancient times. The cyclone was getting bigger and bigger, and its scope was getting wider and wider. This time, the spirit energy from high up in the sky had come down, and the spirit energy from a distant place had rushed over in succession. It was like a moth flying into a flame as it joined the newly formed cyclone. The vegetation in the surroundings had already begun to wither, but it suddenly lost all its vitality with a whoosh sound. The cyclone slowly increased in size, and that light green spirit energy, mist, once again appeared in a dense manner. The scope of this cyclone was twice as large as the previous one. Is it going to break through again? This thing is still continuous? The oldest king-level expert of the Gu clan cried out in alarm as if he had seen a ghost. His fingers trembled, and a wisp of his beard fell off. Everyone was left dumbstruck. This is too unimaginable, right? Breaking through, it's already a blessing to be successful once. But this brother is doing it continuously? Aren't you tired? Even if you aren't tired, can your meridians bear it? Then he felt that the spirit energy in his body was reacting. It seemed as if it was about to leave his body and fly out. It seemed as if it was being pulled into that cyclone of spirit energy. Quickly retreat! Gu Duxing shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly retreated. Dong Wushang supported Mo Qingwu and retreated another 500 feet. The spirit energy in the sky followed the cyclone's rotation and formed an even bigger funnel shape. Then it went down with a whoosh. Another explosion of spirit energy was heard. This time, it was much more intense than the previous one. The few king-level experts felt as if they were about to be shaken to the ground. Countless sword energies seemed to be celebrating the birth of a sword king. They actually revolved around Chu Yang's body. They shuttled up and down and cut the air into pieces. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He moved his neck and made a cracking sound. Then he slowly stood up. He finally stopped breaking through. Several king-level experts were speechless as they looked at this evildoer. They finally felt relieved. This is really a blow to our confidence. The old king-level expert of the Gu clan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He stretched out one hand towards his old companion. Then he stretched out the other hand and bent down 3 fingers. He shook them with a tangled look on his face. What? The other person was puzzled. 7 years. King-level expert Gu's face was tangled. He was speechless as he shook his 7 fingers. It took me 7 years to advance from 3rd grade king level to 4th grade. 7 years. And I'm still an ordinary king level expert. Look at him. Look at him. He went from 3rd grade king level to 4th grade, 7 breaths. I really feel that my life is somewhat meaningless. Motherfucker. He looked up to the sky and sighed. Tears streamed down his face. This gap has made me work diligently and earnestly for my whole life. How can I endure this? The king-level expert next to him was speechless. Chu Yang stood up naked. He opened his hands, and a black robe appeared out of nowhere. It fluttered like a black cloud and draped itself over his body. Then he pulled it up and tied it with a belt. He looked as elegant as jade in an instant. He took a step forward and walked towards Gu Duxing, GMO, and the others. He smiled and extended a finger. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked at each other and smiled bitterly. GMO and Luo Kudi looked as if they had lost their parents. 100 pounds. The meaning of this finger was very clear. I'm 1 level higher than you. So, you'll have to add 100 pounds on top of the 1,000 pounds. Well, you'll have to run with 1,100 pounds on your back from tomorrow onwards. Big brother, this is too much of a blow to our confidence. GMO groaned. You can't do this. When you broke through from martial warrior to martial master, you crossed several levels at once. When you broke through from martial great master to revered martial artist, you crossed several levels at once. Now that you're a king-level expert, how can you still do this? How can we live with this? Chu Yang spread out his hands and helplessly said, What can I do? Can this thing suppress me? Dong Wushang's black face twitched. He snorted and said, Isn't it just 100 pounds? GMO, what are you blabbering about? Old Tian is carrying 100 pounds more than you, and you haven't said anything yet. How can we compare? Luo Kudi jumped up. He felt extremely wronged. That saber of yours is only 270 pounds, okay? A bunch of evildoers! That king-level expert of the Gu clan was speechless as he looked at these 5 freaks. He sadly turned his head. I'm going back to practice. From tomorrow onwards, I'll also carry 1,000 pounds. The 10 king-level experts sighed and left. Their backs were bent, and their footsteps were unsteady. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well practice our skills. Chu Yang said, Duxing, you educate GMO Wushang. You and Wolf Cub join forces to attack me. GMO burst into tears. Why am I the only one being educated? Gu Duxing revealed an evil grin. Then he suddenly pulled out his sword and attacked. On this side, Luo Kadi was in high spirits. He rubbed his palms. Big brother, Awu, let me teach you a lesson. He signaled with his eyes. Then he and Dong Wushang pounced on Chu Yang from the left and right. Saber light flashed everywhere, and sword energy crisscrossed. Chu Yang laughed loudly. Come on. He pulled out his sword and attacked. His black robe fluttered in the wind. The 3 of them fought together. Luo Kadi immediately regretted it. That was because Chu Yang didn't show any mercy in his attacks. He suppressed 2 people with 1 sword. Dong Wushang was a little better because his saber was heavy. Chu Yang dodged as much as he could. However, Luo Kadi was unlucky. He was chopped by a flurry of swords and was kicked up from time to time. He flew in the air like a rubber ball. The 5 of them had just broken through. Everyone had new insights. It was rare for them to be evenly matched. This fight was really satisfying. Later, the 2 battles converged and launched into a chaotic battle. Sometimes they were fighting alone. Sometimes it was 2 against 3. Sometimes it was even 1 against 4. Each of them became more and more familiar with their battle techniques in the battle. New ideas and insights were constantly forced out later. Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, and Dong Wushang, the 3 strongest links, joined forces and attacked GMO and Luo Kadi with all their might. The two of them were beaten until they screamed and were in an extremely sorry state. The three of them had the same idea. GMO and Luo Kadi were the weakest links among the five brothers. Therefore, they must be pressured to catch up as soon as possible. Of course, GMO and Luo Kadi were also aware of this point. The two of them gritted their teeth and struggled to hold on. Although they were beaten until they screamed again and again, the fierceness in their hearts was completely stimulated. This battle was fought until the east was a little bright. GMO and Luo Kadi were beaten to the point that they broke through their limits in the fierce battle. This surprised Chuyang and the others. It seemed that these two fellows were really pushed to the limit. Chapter 482. One must know that being able to withstand the attacks and break through the limit in a fierce battle was equivalent to increasing one's endless power. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. GMO and Luo Kadi being able to do this would play a crucial role in their future expeditions. Early in the morning, everyone continued their journey. Chuyang was surprised to find that his team had a total of 10 people. Except for Mo Qingwu, everyone else was carrying something on their backs. Gu Duxing and the others were carrying star iron on their backs. But the king-level experts of the Gu clan were carrying a large piece of flat bluestone on their backs. Think about it, 10 old men, and a few of them were in their 40s. But all of them were carrying mountain-sized boulders on their backs. This discovery made Chuyang speechless. The king-level experts couldn't bear it even before the morning had arrived. Their backs were aching and their legs were cramping. They had no choice but to put down the boulders. They finally understood. The road of a genius breakthrough isn't easy to walk. It's not that you can't do it. It's just that you've already passed this age. Chuyang said during lunch, "Most of you have already passed the time of tempering your bones and internal organs at martial great or revered martial artists. Therefore, you can't keep up. As for these people, they have been tempering their bones since they were martial great masters. So, it's the same for tempering their bones when they were martial great masters. And it's the same for tempering their internal organs when they were revered martial artists." Chuyang casually said, "We're all king-level experts now. But the foundation that we laid when we were martial great masters and revered martial artists is dozens of times stronger than yours. Therefore, what we can do, you can't do. This is the reason." The king-level experts suddenly became lost. After lunch, Mo Qingwu mysteriously pulled Chuyang to one side. "Brother Chuyang, I found out a secret of yours." "Secret?" Chuyang scratched his head. He was very surprised. "What secret?" "Humph! There's hair on your clothes. Long hair." Mo Qingwu pouted her small mouth. She rolled her eyes and looked at Chuyang. "Oh, it's this." He took out the piece of cloth. On it, a strand of black hair fluttered. It seemed to be a strand of tenderness, but there was nothing he could do. Long hair. Chuyang's mind was palpitating with fear as he received it. His fingers gently stroked the long hair. The long hair softly curled up in the palm of his hand. It was as if there was a woman who had placed all of her heart and all of her feelings in the palm of his hand. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared in his mind. She stood there alone, her long hair fluttering in the wind, her beautiful face, her dreamy eyes, and her stubborn yet proud lips. A black robe covered her slim and delicate body. When she turned around, her face was covered with a ferocious mask. She looked at Chuyang with tenderness in her eyes. "From now on, I am King of Hell Chu. Isn't this what you want? Isn't this what you've planned from the start?" Chuyang couldn't help but feel pain in his heart when he heard these words. The shinobi cult was devastatingly beautiful. He transformed into a black robe. a heart of ice and bones of jade, to be the masked man for the monarch. Wu Qianqian. If there was anyone in the lower three heavens that Chu Yang felt indebted to, then this person was none other than Wu Qianqian. His daughter's infatuation with him had turned into flowing water, never to return. That young and beautiful girl was such a pitiful person. Chu Yang sighed softly. No wonder after returning from Great Zhao, Wu Qianqian's hair seemed to have become shorter and thinner. It was just that he didn't ask at that time. It turned out that this woman had actually given her head of fine black hair, full of deep affection, and turned it into the black robe on his body. He recalled that he still had 30 or 40 such black robes in his tribulation space. Sewing them one by one, Wu Qianqian must have spent a lot of effort. Presumably, every time she finished sewing a black robe, her heart would be shattered into pieces, right? Chu Yang sighed in disappointment. Mo Qing Wu looked at him and said softly, "Brother Chu Yang, I'm going over there to look for Brother Lone to play." She tactfully walked to the side, seeming to be very light. Chu Yang grunted and nodded slowly, somewhat absent-mindedly. Then he took out another black robe and slowly rubbed it, looking over it bit by bit. Finally, he found a protrusion at the hem of the robe, the most inconspicuous place. Wu Qianqian had sewed her hair here. If Mo Qing Wu hadn't found it by chance, perhaps he wouldn't have realized that there was such a girl's heart hidden at the hem of his black robe. This protrusion was very dense, as if it was one or several complete shapes. Chu Yang's hands trembled. He wanted to know, but he also didn't want to know. Finally, he took a deep breath and found a flat blue stone. He circulated his martial power and slapped it down. With a bang, the black robe fluttered and the fabric scattered, leaving only the long black hair. The long hair softly fell on the blue stone, showing the pattern inside the robe. It was a few fine and graceful words. "Chu Yang, Qianqian likes you." These words were woven with black hair, quietly appearing in front of Chu Yang. There was no doubt that all the other black robes would have the same 7 words on them. She had used a strand of her black hair to wrap around the black robe. How could her black hair be discovered under the black robe? Moreover, it was at the hem of the robe, the most inconspicuous place. It wouldn't cause any skin contact. Wu Qianqian obviously didn't want Chu Yang to find out. She just silently put her feelings into this robe. She only hoped that when Chu Yang wore these black robes, her hair would be by his side. This was her only request, this woman. She loved so lowly, yet she loved so proudly. If you don't accept me, I won't force you. I won't even say that I have my pride, I have my self-esteem. It doesn't matter if you don't love me, but you can't stop me from loving you. I love you secretly. Is that not enough? Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt heavy. He suddenly remembered that Wu Qianqian had stubbornly wanted to wear a mask during the last confrontation between him and the Golden Horse Riders Department. She wanted to fight for him, but he had stopped her at that time. Moreover, he had said, "I already owe another woman a lifetime. I don't want to owe you a lifetime." These words were extremely hurtful to Wu Qianqian. It actually caused her to immediately agree to Tai Butian's proposal after that battle, to become the Empress of Iron Cloud Nation. He remembered the sadness and despair in Wu Qianqian's eyes when he resolutely left the lower 3 heavens that morning. The kind of desperate hysteria. Chu Yang's heart ached. He only felt bitterness in his heart. He silently said, "Qianqian, I'm sorry." Now, she and Tai Butian are married, right? Tai Butian is also a good man. I can only wish her happiness. How could Chu Yang know that Wu Qianqian's so-called marriage with Tai Butian was fake? If he knew, Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. He only felt that his heart was full of twists and turns. It was as if he was in a dream. He wanted to destroy the black robe, but he thought for a long time and decided to keep it. It would be very cruel to that pitiful and infatuated girl if I destroyed it. This is her only hope for me. Chu Yang stood up. The sun shone on the black robe. He suddenly felt that the black robe on his body was burning hot. It seemed as if his skin was burning with pain. It was the burning heart of a young girl. The black robe was as heavy as a mountain. It seemed as if he couldn't breathe under the pressure. His brothers were far away. They were talking about something. They deliberately didn't look at him. They were talking and laughing. But Chu Yang knew that they were doing it on purpose. They deliberately didn't disturb his thoughts at this moment. Alas! Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Is Brother Chu here? A cheerful voice came from afar. I'm Du Shao of the O clan. I've come to visit Brother Chu. Du Shao of the O clan. The future poison spirit had finally arrived. Chu Yang sorted out his state of mind. He stood up and went forward to greet him. Lower 3 heavens, Iron Cloud Imperial Palace. Tai Butian was lazily sitting on the bed. She had already removed the jade pendant and had revealed her true appearance. Lan Meixian was sitting on one side. She was looking at her younger brother with satisfaction. The more she looked, the more she was beaming with joy. Lan Meixian had been taking care of her pregnant daughter like a diligent and responsible mother these days. In fact, she was so meticulous that even the Emperor of Iron Cloud, who had always served her like a moon surrounded by a myriad of stars, felt that she was being very considerate. Tai Butian's lower abdomen had already bulged a little. It was a sign that a young life was growing healthily. It's already been 4 months. Lan Meixian was counting the days with her fingers every day. There are still 5.5 months left. It's almost there. She should give birth in 5 months and a few days. Master, you've calculated so clearly. Tai Butian was somewhat embarrassed. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's normal for a woman to give birth. Lan Meixian was beaming with joy as she looked at her. Don't worry, my good disciple. You don't have to worry about anything with your master here. Tai Butian blushed and smiled. While Lan Meixian was here, Tai Butian had found the same feeling she had when her mother was still here. It seemed that she didn't have to worry about anything. Where's your empress? Why haven't I seen her during this time? Lan Meixian was somewhat amused as she looked at her younger brother. You little girl! Oh, you even got an empress. Aren't you harming her? She's busy these days. Tai Butian naturally didn't dare to say that her empress was king of Helchu. She said, I asked her to come over. Now that I'm a little pregnant, I want to discuss the follow-up with her. As she said this, she put on the jade pendant. The light and shadow changed, and she turned into that emperor again. She took a few steps forward and said indifferently, Someone invite the empress over. Tell her that I have something to discuss with her. Yes, the attendant complied and left. Not long after, the pendant jingled. A sharp voice reported from outside. The empress has arrived. Second update for today. I don't know why, but I'm especially tired today. The plot kept surging in my mind, but my fingers didn't want to move. They felt as if they were rusty. Maybe I've been too tired during this time. Chapter 483. The palace maid lifted the curtain. Wu Qianqian was wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. She walked over in a graceful manner. Moreover, her walking posture was a little strange. The palace already knew that the empress was pregnant. So, Wu Qianqian naturally didn't dare to neglect her. How could she expose a flaw, Your Majesty? Wu Qianqian bowed. Her posture and movements were impeccable. Empress, you don't need to be so polite. Tai Butian hastily helped her up. Then she waved her hand. You can all withdraw. Pass down my order. No one is allowed to come within 100 steps of this place. The palace maids and eunuchs retreated without a trace as soon as the order was issued. "Qian Qian, sit." Tai Butian stood up and said with a smile, "There are no outsiders here. You don't need to pretend anymore." Ha! Wu Qian naturally recognized Lan Meixian. After all, she had seen how powerful she was. On the contrary, Lan Meixian didn't know that this delicate empress was the black-robed and gloomy king of Hell Chu. Hearing this, he smiled and sat down in a relaxed manner. "This is the empress? She's a stunning beauty." Lan Meixian looked at Wu Qian with satisfaction. Then she praised. "Her eyebrows are curved but unyielding. Her eyes are clear but not evil. Her face is as straight as a hibiscus. Her nose is tall but gentle, stubborn, and proud. She's a stunning beauty." "Senior, you flatter me." Wu Qian bowed slightly. "We're currently fighting in the south and north. However, the lower three heavens are already invincible. There aren't any decisive battles. Iron clouds, unification of the world is inevitable." Tai Butian said, "Therefore, the matter of the emperor will be celebrated by the world at that time. Qian, you must be prepared." Wu Qian smiled and said, "That's my duty. Your Majesty, please rest assured." Tai Butian laughed out loud. Then she began to instruct Wu Qian on some daily life matters. Wu Qian memorized them one by one. Lan Meixian added a few words from time to time. However, Lan Meixian suddenly became startled. She didn't speak any more. She only looked at Wu Qian. The more she looked, the more she frowned. Finally, Lan Meixian suddenly stood up with a bang, while Tai Butian was speaking. She looked at Wu Qian and exclaimed in surprise, "Mysterious female body!" Wu Qian suddenly raised her head. "Ah!" Lan Meixian quickly walked to her side. She grabbed her wrist and carefully examined it. The expression on her face became increasingly excited. "Mysterious female body! It is indeed the Xian female body that is rarely seen in 10,000 years." She sucked in a breath of cold air with a hiss. Then she turned her head and looked at Tai Butian. She smiled bitterly and speechlessly. "This iron cloud imperial palace really makes me speechless. I found an icy heart jade bone the moment I arrived here. And now I found a fake phoenix, virtual phoenix. She actually has the mysterious female body. Moreover, it's the mysterious female body." Lan Meixian's cultivation was already at the peak of the present age. But she still couldn't recover from the shock of this fact for a long time. Even though he had already confirmed this fact, he still felt like he was dreaming. If that was the case, then Iron Cloud Imperial Palace was a place that martial arts masters would be most happy to visit. Why, he had casually picked up a younger brother with the most satisfactory aptitude. It was very difficult for a disciple to become a disciple of a great master, but it was even more difficult for a great master to find a younger brother who could inherit his legacy and surpass his master. Tai Butian and Wu Qian's exceptional aptitude couldn't be found even in the upper three heavens, but two of them had appeared here at once. Wu Qian was somewhat alarmed because Chu Yang had told her that it was best not to let others see her aptitude. This was very dangerous. There were many people in the world who loved talents rather than being jealous of talents. "What's your current cultivation level?" Lan Meixian stared at Wu Qian. Then she nodded. "Revered martial artist, you're only one step away from becoming a king." What are you practicing?" She looked at the girl in front of her in puzzlement. "You're in the lower three heavens, and you're already a revered martial artist at such a young age." Wu Qian nervously looked at Tai Butian. Tai Butian nodded and comforted her. "This is my master. Don't worry. It's Ice Jade God, Wu Qian said weakly. Ice Jade God. Lan Mei Xian tightly knitted her brows. What is this? Why don't I have the slightest impression of it? How would she know that Chu Yang had changed the name of this technique? Even Wu Qian was confused. She didn't know anything about it. Let me see if you can exchange a few moves with me. Lan Mei Xian stretched out her hand, and a gentle force swept away all the messy things in the room to one side. A large area of the floor was left empty, but there was no sound of movement. Tian, you go to one side. You just watch. Lan Mei Xian said. Tai Batian complied and sat in the corner. Master, you have to be lenient. Don't worry. I'm only testing her limits. It's not a life and death battle. Besides, how would she have the opportunity to fight if I wanted to deal with this little girl? Lan Mei Xian confidently smiled. I'll suppress my strength to the level of revered martial artist. Then I'll give her a try. It would be a pity if such aptitude isn't cultivated properly. Come, little girl. Lan Mei Xian's eyes flashed with excitement. She had only shown this kind of excitement 3 times in the past 100 years. The first time was when she had seen Yang Ruolan. The second time was when she had seen Tai Butian. And the third time was this very moment. Good. Wu Qian took out a small pillow from her clothes. Then she tidied up her clothes. She looked at Lan Mei Xian and shook her arms. Suddenly, a burst of cold aura was emitted. Her eyes had also turned into the color of the dark night at this moment. Ah! Lan Mei Xian exclaimed in surprise. Then she saw Wu Qian's body sway. She turned into a series of afterimages and rushed towards her. She put her fingers together and used a sword move. Then a chi sound was heard from where her fingers were pointing, and the sound of sword energy breaking through the air was heard. Lan Mei Xian was gobsmacked. I didn't expect this little girl to be so special. Her movements are also so strange. She tilted her head and dodged. Then her hands attacked like orchids. She was a great master of martial arts. So she would have been disgraced if she had been attacked by a junior. How could Wu Qian know the level of her opponent? I'll fight to my heart's content. I'll fight to my heart's content. I'll fight first and then talk later. She won't hurt me anyway. So I'll practice. Wu Qian's body became even more unrestrained under the influence of this thought, and her sword became even sharper. Lan Mei Xian relied on the strength of a revered martial artist for a while, but she was at a disadvantage. She had lived for many years and had reached the peak of self-cultivation, but she still couldn't keep her face intact. She snorted and spread her hands. It seemed as if thousands of orchids had bloomed at the same time. Wu Qian's feet staggered. Her body moved like a strange fish and escaped from Lan Mei Xian's attack range. She had retreated and scathed under this attack. Lan Mei Xian shouted, "Good!" Then she rushed forward and attacked like a violent storm. Wu Qian clumsily moved left and right. She gradually couldn't keep up. After all, this was her first time using this kind of fighting technique. So, she wasn't proficient in many areas. Lan Mei Xian sensed her unfamiliarity. So, she slowed down her pace to give her time to catch her breath and familiarize herself. Lan Mei Xian floated out after a long while and sat on a chair. Enough! She sized up Wu Qian with her eyes. It seemed as if she was looking at a peerless treasure. That was because she had clearly felt that Wu Qian was making progress in this short period of fighting. In fact, her spiritual power was also increasing unceasingly. She had never seen such a cultivation speed before. This woman is perfect in terms of aptitude, perception, and character. She's like a piece of unpolished jade, but She's already emitting an unparalleled brilliance. She'll inevitably emit a world-shocking brilliance if she encounters a skilled craftsman. Then, she'll transform into an indisputable treasure. It's a pity that you too have to stay in the lower three heavens with your aptitudes. Lan Meixian muttered, Tian Tian, how about I take away your empress after you give birth? Take away? Tai Butian and Wu Qian asked in surprise. Yes, Lan Meixian took a deep breath and said, her aptitude is simply a treasure in the lower three heavens. She'll be able to make a breakthrough in the shortest time if she goes to the upper three heavens. Moreover, I'll recommend a great teacher to her. Her achievements will be limitless. Tai Butian muttered to herself. Then she turned her head and said, Qian, what do you think? Wu Qian pondered for a long time. Then she said, I want to go, but I'll go after I'm done here. Won't I be able to hear news about Chu Yang from time to time if I go to the upper three heavens? We won't be together, but I'll be able to help him if my strength increases, even if I have to sacrifice my life without him knowing. I, Wu Qian, am willing to do it. Tai Butian nodded and said, in that case, you'll be sick for a while after giving birth. Then, I'll announce that the Empress has passed away after giving birth. Alas, you'll go to the upper three heavens. Wu Qian's eyes revealed a grateful look. She said yes. Not just her. You too. Lan Meixian looked at Tai Butian. Did I accept you as my younger brother so that you can become the emperor of the lower three heavens? Me? Tai Butian stared blankly for a long time. Then she smiled bitterly and said, How can I leave? How can I leave? Of course, you can't leave for the time being, but you'll still be unable to leave as long as the child in your belly grows up a little. Lan Meixian smiled. If it's a princess, it'll naturally take a little longer for you to make arrangements. But if it's an empress, Tai Butian's breathing became rapid. She hadn't thought about this matter all this time. Or it could be said that she had deliberately avoided it, because she didn't want to have any ulterior motives mixed in with saving the person she loved. But now she realized that the birth of her child had solved the big problem of the Iron Cloud Empire being childless. Chapter 484. Chu Yang felt the difference between the O clan and the Xie clan when he entered the O clan this time. The entire O clan's manor was dark in color. One could feel a gloomy aura from afar. Gray walls, gray roof tiles, gray buildings were everywhere. High quality update, fastest, asterisk, even the surrounding trees seemed to have turned gray. Sure enough, it's the Thousand Poison Clan. Chu Yang nodded silently. The O clan was famous for their poison techniques, and poison was an extremely difficult thing to control. Its formidable power was terrifying, but it could injure oneself if it wasn't used properly. Gray was the color of most poisons. It was also the color of death. Half of the people would feel gloomy when they enter this place, but the people who refined and used poisons would feel safe and at ease here. Chu Yang suddenly stopped halfway and said, Du Xing, you don't need to accompany me. You should accompany Wu Shang and GMO to look for the Dong clan and the Ji clan. You should take the things they need, or you should greet them. It would be disadvantageous to delay this matter for too long. Du Xing's complexion was cold and gloomy. He remained motionless as he said, Yes, this matter shouldn't be delayed. I will take them there. Then he turned his head towards Du Shao. Brother O, I'll have to trouble you to receive Big Brother Chu. We still have some matters to attend to. We will come to visit Brother O another day. Du Shao was stunned. He said, What matters do you have to attend to now? My clan has already prepared a banquet. This Gu Duxing exposed a deep smile on his face and said, "Brother, oh, we have plenty of time in the future, so you don't need to be anxious. Besides, I'm only going to your clan to drink and have fun. But I'm accompanying Wu Shang and GMO to attend to an urgent matter. Brother, oh, please forgive me." He cupped his fists and bowed. Then he turned around and left with a whistling sound. The 14 people left with a whooshing sound. GMO impatiently asked after they had walked for some time, "What important matter do I have? What does Big Brother want us to do?" "Big Brother doesn't want us to do anything." Dong Wushang's complexion was as iron as he said, "He just doesn't want us to be caught in the enemy's net." "So, Big Brother is in danger?" Ji Mo's complexion suddenly changed. He stopped his footsteps. "Big Brother would have been in danger if we had gone in together, but we're outside now. So Big Brother is safe." Gu Duxing coldly said, "The dead tell no tales. So the Oak clan will certainly dare to make a move if we all die together. However, we're not together. We clearly know that Big Brother has entered the Oak clan, and the Oak clan will inevitably face the wrath of our 4 great clans if he doesn't come out. They don't dare to hurt Boss." Dong Wushang nodded. "They don't have the guts." Mo Ching Wu followed him silently for a while. Then she suddenly raised her head and said, "But, elder brother Chu Yang, how do you know that there will be danger this time?" Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang looked at each other. This little girl's question had hit the nail on the head. "That's because Du Xiao was too enthusiastic today," Gu Duxing indifferently said. "So enthusiastic that we felt that it was somewhat fake." Dong Wushang coldly smiled and said, "That's because we don't have such a deep friendship with Du Xiao." Why did Du Xiao come alone? Why did he say that he would arrange a banquet? Moreover, he said that he would satisfy all of Big Brother's needs. This is too much. At the end of the day, this is just a transaction, nothing more. Mo Ching nodded as if she understood something. She then said, "So excessive enthusiasm is also a flaw." Gu Duxing nodded. The so-called feelings are accumulated over a long period of time. Only then can they gain mutual recognition, and they can further deepen their relationship with each other on the basis of mutual recognition. They have reached a certain level, and they have transcended the level of fair-weather friends. They have become true friends, but this level is also the most dangerous level for a friend. Why? Mo Ching Wu wasn't the only one who was asking this question. Even GMO and Luo Kadi were somewhat puzzled, because they have reached such a level, and they consider each other as friends who are worth relying on and trusting. But friends can't be said to be friends. They want to do something together at such a time, and it will inevitably involve benefits if they want to do something together. Of course, it's benefits for the average person, but it's life and death for the people of Jianghu. Therefore, true friends will encounter trials. They will encounter some things as a touchstone. It may be an arrangement of the underworld, or it may be a person's greedy heart that causes mischief. But many friends often turn against each other and become enemies over these matters, and they part ways. In fact, they may even fight to the death. Gu Duxing sighed and said, "And Big Brother has done very well in this matter. Therefore, we brothers have come to be." Dong Wushang sighed deeply. He suddenly recalled that Chu Yang's hands had been pierced by a dagger, and he couldn't help but feel hot in his heart. So he heavily said, "Yes. Let's go a bit further away. That way, the Oak clan will have some misgivings. This will make it more convenient for Big Brother to make a smooth transaction inside." Gu Duxing said, "Everyone, let's speed up." Everyone complied, and they flew all the way. How come only one person has come? A person on the O clan's gatehouse muttered doubtfully. Could it be that things have changed? Another person was also somewhat puzzled. It can't be. Our informants in the Xie clan have sent back information that Chu Yang and his brothers had entered the Xie clan together. Moreover, they had stayed inside for a few days, and they had gotten drunk in the end. So, how could such a change have occurred in our place? That's right. This bastard has a lot of money. I have heard that he has tens of billions of gold notes and materials. It seems that we can only obtain tens of billions of gold notes at most this time. Nonsense. He has come alone. Do you think that we can kill him? Another person said in an irritated manner. But we will have to face the 4 big clans. Oh, Du Xiao had already entered the O clan's manor along with Chu Yang while these 2 people were still in doubt. Ha ha ha. Du Xiao, this is King of Hell Chu, right? He is indeed young and promising. A young hero. A man in a brocade robe came forward in large strides. 5 gray-clothed people were following him. Everyone's eyes looked at Chu Yang. Brother Chu, this is my father. Oh, Du Xiao smiled. So it's the O clan's lord. I'm Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Minister Chu is too polite. The O clan's clan lord O Chung Wu straightforwardly smiled. We are indebted to Minister Chu for his grace. We have already prepared the materials for Minister Chu. Minister Chu, please come and take a look. All right. Chu Yang smiled. May I know what else Minister Chu needs? However, our O clan will certainly do everything for the minister. Oh, Cheng Wu laughed out loud. Then, he accompanied Chu Yang as they walked forward. He said, I heard that Minister Chu had purchased the materials at a price 20% higher than the market price. This is a big favor. It doesn't matter. Anything that catches my eye and enters my heart is priceless. Chu Yang said, everyone has their own preferences. This Chu won't hold back as long as the O clan's lord has suitable materials or medicinal herbs. I won't hold back until I spend my last penny. Minister Chu is very straightforward. O Chung Wu burst into loud laughter. Then he winked and said, Let Du Xiao accompany Minister Chu to select the materials, since this is the case. We will arrange a banquet in the hall and wait for Minister Chu to get drunk. O clan's lord, please. Chu Yang smiled. His expression was modest. O Chung Wu burst into laughter again. Then he turned around and left with everyone. Clan Lord, this person has come alone. This is a bit difficult to handle, someone said in a low voice after they had walked for some distance. What's so difficult to handle? O Chung Wu coldly snorted and said, He is obviously guarding against us. So, he has deliberately dispersed. But he is still a little inexperienced after all. We can't make a move in our own home. But wouldn't they have joined forces? What's so difficult about making a move after they meet up? Clan Lord is wise. The sword spirit awoke from his meditative state in Chu Yang's mind. Sword Lord, what kind of wolf's den are you in? Why is there a murderous aura all around? I'm in the O clan now. So, I should be fine, Chu Yang chuckled. The aura all around you is unfavorable to you. Everyone's divine sense is like that of a hungry wolf. The sword spirit was somewhat worried. You'd better withdraw from here if you can. I know, Chu Yang calmly replied. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He had exposed his financial resources in the Xie clan, and he had befriended the Xie clan because of this. However, the O clan couldn't hide their movements from them. He had strong financial resources. Moreover, he had the entire inventory of the Xie clan in his hands. So, the O clan would obviously covet it. It seems that the O clan has made up their mind to deal with me and the others this time. Let's see who will deal with whom. Chu Yang coldly snorted in his heart. Oh, Du Xiao's face was full of smiles. He led Chu Yang forward. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed in the air. He said, Brother Chu, There's a secret door switch in that row of rooms in front of us. You'll find a tunnel after you open it. All the hidden treasures of my Oak clan are in that underground secret room." Chu Yang kindly smiled and said, "Your clan is very cautious." This place was the central location of the Oak clan's watermark of setting sail. It was surrounded in all directions. Moreover, hidden sentries had been set up at the highest points. The security was tight. It was indeed extremely tight. Du Shao laughed out loud and said, "A man without foresight is bound to have immediate worries." They had arrived in front of the door while they were talking. Du Shao stretched out his hand and opened the switch. A creaking sound echoed, and 2 secret passageways were revealed. Du Shao asked, "Brother Chu, there are some rare materials on this side, and there's our medicinal storehouse on this side. There are also many heavenly treasures on this side." Brother Chu, which side do you want to take a look at first?" Chu Yang's eyes lit up. He said, "Heavenly treasures? Brother O's words have made my heart itch. So, how about we take a look at these heavenly treasures first?" Du Shao laughed out loud and said, "This isn't difficult. Brother Chu, come with me." Then he walked towards the secret passageway on the left. The dark golden door on the top of the secret passageway slowly closed after the 2 of them had entered. Then it was tightly shut. The torches in the secret passageway seemed to have received some kind of order as the entrance was closed. They spontaneously ignited with a bang sound. However, no smoke came out. Instead, bursts of sweet fragrance filled the air. I was dumbstruck after I got up today. My monthly votes have been surpassed. Moreover, they've been surpassed by so much. I sigh. Brothers and sisters, I need your strength. I beg for your monthly votes. I've fought to this extent. I can only advance without retreat. I'll fight with my last breath. I'll press forward courageously. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.